Welcome to this week's edition of Viewer Levels. As we are still awaiting submissions into the queue, we're going to begin with resuming a viewer level that was submitted last week from Supernova, No Put Foot Heavens. It's a fairly lengthy level with a clear condition attached to it, and we practiced it in two halves and didn't really come close to getting to clear, so we'll play this for a bit, and we won't necessarily finish it in this setting, but we might as well just get warmed up with it once again. Let's take a look and see if we still have some vague memory of how to play this game. So yeah, so reached the goal without landing level. We got some of this down. I kept missing the cloud, I recall. Then eventually loop back up here, and then yes, this is the jump that killed many an attempt. Nope, hang on. Nope. Have to sneak around a block and grab the top side of the vine without landing on that cloud. Much easier said than done. Whoops. Now, we did manage to learn the halves individually. There was a time check in the second half that was perhaps a bit of a problem. But we'll see if we can make it happen. Up, up. And here we go. Once again, I have to go straight to the edge here. Whoops. And try to jump. It came a bit late there as I was trying to make the final adjustment. Let's try it again. And that is, of course, what a warm-up is for. Alright, let's try it once again. Hopping over here. Pop these guys, and down we go. Whoops. Yeah, once again, knowing exactly where to take off on that jump so I can actually get around that block has been a bit of an issue for us here. We'll eventually have to get that to make any sort of deep run at all and start to recover whatever it is I remember from playing this a week previously. Okay, let's try it again. And here we are. There we go. Catch this. Now, I believe we kind of need to go back and forth in this one until the bomb does its job. Down to the cloud we go. Lower the wiggler, and then we continue. Past this wiggler bounce. And then we move on. A little bit late. Mang, welcome. Mang, I believe, has the record on this, if I'm not mistaken. 126. Which we are, of course, not even close to approximating. And Luca, welcome. Whoops. And Samuel as well. Yeah, queue is wide open right now. We just started off today by resuming this level that I failed to clear last week. I was hoping to do some kind of continuation stream in the middle of the week, but could not quite find a stream time. And Luca, indeed, we will get to you fairly soon. Given that I hear you have a new level, which was stolen by Lupin Snoop. I don't know where I heard that. It might have been a rumor that was circulated not long ago. And indeed, we will actually get into the queue right now so we can spend as much time with people who are live. We will, of course, get back to No Put Foot Heavens for some additional clears if it gets queued up later or if Supernova drops by or through some kind of continuation. But I think we should start with some of the live content. So it'll be Luca, Meng, and Samuel. Definitely need to budget some time for all of you. And we'll see what we can do with the first selection today. Ground Bond, Pound Pond. We will stunlock you, say the sledgy Mercury Brothers. Meng here with a 2-minute record on this already. Back after almost 2 months. Yeah. That doesn't seem that long to me simply because I have, of course, not uploaded for much, much longer. So it looks like we just need to get around to Stunlock. And we would not want to be stunlocked on top of a donut block when it is over a hazard. Okay. There we go. Seemed like there was something above that ceiling, but never mind that. Let's wait. Have to kind of synchronize 2 timings at once here. It's interesting that it works with the donut timing. I guess you could have set up the stunlock rhythm however you want in terms of how you're dunking the sledge back to the ground and resetting that timing. Oh, unless you have it on a cycle from... Actually, I don't really know how it would be set up off screen. I'd have to think about that and perhaps look at it later. There's nothing in that ceiling. Next cycle. I'm sure it's designed to be smooth on the first cycle, but we will not see that. Not with the way we're playing here today. Have to keep picking up these 1-ups for Endless, of course. You never know when you'll need them. Okay. Sometimes shorter bounces are actually going to be advantageous, so we'll... Whoops. Maybe not that particular short bounce, but you get the idea. I can just ignore the first bullet, can I really? Let's see. I guess it's a tutorial bullet. Oh, you mean this cannon here? Yeah, I guess I could, but I'd rather not bump my head on the ceiling, to be honest. Whoops, now my rhythm is totally off. Like, nah, I think I'd rather use it. I don't trust my jump. I know you can make it just looking at it visually, but I don't trust myself to make it. Through we go. Room number 3. Okay. Nope. Maybe I was slightly distracted by the 1-up at the end there. Because the landing was fine, I just stalled a little bit after that. Oh, now I'm off. I can always tell when I'm a little bit off the cycle, and I have to try to get back on it. Okay, we're in. Nope. I was trying to plan some kind of adjustment to get me up to the icicle. That did not go as planned. I thought the second donuts there were going to save me, but they seemed to be carefully spaced in such a fashion that I was not getting out of trouble that easily. Yeah, because I was sitting on the top donut blocks thinking, oh, certainly the second ones will save me and I'll be out of the stun lock by then. No such luck. Yeah, kind of deceptively simple, but very easy to mess up. As you can see, I try to think of it as an alternation where I just take every half beat if I can, but obviously the jumps and the change of height occasionally are set up in such a way that you do have to make some adjustments on the fly. No, I don't know why I was going for that. Let's remember to watch the right side of the level as well. That's kind of important. Nope. Hey, I could have managed to make it out, I was about to say, and that was a very temporary victory. That was not planned, but it worked, so I'll take it. Nope. Once again, I was trying to adjust, and adjusted in the wrong direction in terms of shortening or lengthening the jump. Nope. That did not work twice, unfortunately. I may actually have to plan that jump instead of just going for it. It might be important to play the concept as designed. Once again, I was kind of thinking about the right side on the previous jump and then delayed by one and forgot to compensate by stalling some more. Always have to be careful when you're gaining elevation because it means that'll shorten your jump because you're landing on a new platform that's slightly higher. Nope. Once again, didn't properly compensate for the elevation gain. It is deceptively simple, once again, I jump like that, but I do need to not just center my timing rhythmically all the time. Occasionally we do need to go a little bit earlier or later than expected. Probably would be an interesting one to speedrun, not that I'll do it. And because sometimes you can beat a single stun with multiple jumps. It's clearly possible, not something I'll do intentionally though. Okay, here we are. Nope, here we're not. Tub and Chub, welcome. Thanks for the submission, Tub and Chub. Looking forward to the one-screen puzzle. I can guess which. Okay, let's try this again. Whoops. Wow, how did I miss that one? That was not stylish. We did again. Now, not centering directly on a donut block might actually be helpful if you're on one that's fairly high. Because then that way you don't lower both at once, you still have some kind of safety platform to land on afterwards. Next one. I'm amazed I made that. Yep, just need to go a bit earlier on the question block. I do need to lower the icicles on my way over. Probably go directly to him. Nope. I kind of had some hesitation about whether the Muncher was going to go down, and changed my mind at the last second, which is not a good idea. When you are in mid-air, planning a hazardous landing like that. Nope, not going in my favor that time. And Tub and Chub, that's a new one, yeah. It's alright, huh? I don't mind a bit of a break to puzzle out a different one instead. Yeah, it was clearly still missing something about the previous one. I do remember that in the older version you said that it wasn't doing anything even approaching the intended solution. And it didn't seem like on my last attempt on the new version that it was really doing anything that new. So I hadn't really come up with any insight into that puzzle yet, but we'll hopefully return to that with fresh eyes eventually. But today, a different one will be just fine. Okay. Whoa. That was not so good a miss. Okay, occasionally hitting my head on the ceiling, but luckily without lethal consequences so far. Nope. I was trying to adjust my timing a little bit to get to the question block sooner, and that did not work. Next one. Nope. You really can't change your mind about your jumps in this. Next cycle will just be fine. Let's read the Big Muncher first. It does, yeah. Kind of 2 additional bobs. Well, we'll watch it later. Let's get on top of the donuts first. Pipe entries are always a little bit concerning. Interesting, this question block up here. Now the chomps do have a controlled direction, so we'll just need to line this out. I do need to let the skulls raise me a little bit, but I can't be standing on them during the stun lock, though. I do want the skull to go up to the door, though, don't I? But I need to do that perhaps with a blue skull. Yeah, no, I see what's happening here. That if I activate the blue skull platform, that's going to go down. But then it's going to go fast enough that it's going to load up to the track that is just beneath the door. The white skull will not reach that, the blue skull will, if I understand this correctly. Nope. Not accounting for that low ceiling here. That seems rather important. I wasn't sure about the height on that anyway, but we do need to take that when the blue skull is at the peak before it starts going down. Yeah, that was obviously not the correct cycle. Waiting for that chop to get out of the way, waiting not quite accurately. Yeah, once again, one additional jump in the middle, because the chomp simply will not get out of my way quickly enough. Need some momentum. I had it all done, and then the low ceiling caught me at the very end. Yeah, there is one very specific cycle that I need to hit with the skull on the right side. Paxman, welcome. Iggy's Claw Machine Test. Interesting. That has notorious criminality written all over it. Okay, that was not too bad. I do need to ride the icicle on the right side. And to do that, I need to keep at least one of the icicles alive. I can't drop both of those in the final pair at once. I knew that going in, I just didn't have a good intuition for it. If I land on one on the right first, then lower the icicle by jumping to the one on the left of the pair, that should work best. There we go, getting stunned on top of that is no big deal. Now that's an interesting stun timing, that it looks completely safe until you realize that the donut block is always going to be outlasted by the stun. It looks safe because of the track pattern, but it's deceptive if you're actually thinking about the donut block mechanic. Nope, once again, it's the landing when going up and gaining a height that is catching me. Because I'm not compensating for the early landing. Bounce up and down a bit, and Loop and Snoop, welcome. I should actually get back to streaming Scrabble sometime, Loop and Snoop. I have not done so in several months. But I've not really been streaming very much at all in the past few weeks. This level is actually reasonable when you... well... play somewhat patiently, I suppose. I don't know. not rushing it too much. I don't know how you made it look. There we are. In we go. Okay, right side first. No, that's not the strategy. You do have to land on that icicle right away because it's not going to respawn quickly enough to give you a second cycle. So I must take that icicle. Whoops. Loop played completely ignoring trying to time the stun for 45 minutes. Okay. That explains why you thought it was a concept worth stealing. Or pilfering, or paying tribute to in a very loving fashion. Complete with additional tutorial screen. No, that was a miscalculation. And it was miscalculation that had me sitting there for quite a lot longer than expected. I mean, if Loop failed by completely trying to ignore timing the stun for 45 minutes, that's actually a compliment because it means that Loop played it for more than 15 minutes. Okay, let's do this. Nope, bad idea. Icicle, please? Nope. Not so fast. The icicles like to take their time. Still pretty quick by the standards of actual icicles. I kind of like how the timing just continues to feel right when you go through the door and just get immediately into the next jump. It may just be that it synchronizes with my door entry as well, but who knows? Because obviously the mechanic would be timed to the door activation itself, so something about my door timing makes it feel smooth. We'll see if that's true with the next one that's coming. Okay, moment of truth here. Lower the icicle, get on it immediately. And I missed a door. Okay. I was holding up. I was definitely holding up. I was just too far off to the side. It's funny because I'm usually quite bad at some of these rhythmic alternation concepts, as many of you know from having watched me play some things like this that are based on finding cycle timings over medium to long distances. Nope. Got stunned away down that time. You should make a Garbo rhythm level. Yeah, that might be interesting. Seems like that would just be a very specific skill set that could just become its own meta in the long run. CD Rem, welcome. Thank you for submitting even more of the LEGO Blooper Backrooms. Looking forward to that. At a much earlier position in the queue today. Okay, through we go. Alright, let's lower this. Nope. I'm not compensating for the slide, that's the issue. I was thinking that, you know, I have to land and just immediately go through the door so that I don't get stun locked. But I almost need to get stun locked on top of the last icicle, perhaps. Or at least, you know, allow myself to do a bit of positional correction there without worrying about the stun, since I will cross the door anyhow. Whoops. Oh, that was actually almost safe. Please die more to validate you sucking. Yeah. So far we're doing an ample job of that, perhaps. Anyway, I will definitely, Loop and Snoop, need to look at your run of this afterwards. Because that sounds entertaining from a viewer's perspective, at least. Particularly once I've cleared it myself. Oh, too far to the left that time. Yeah, because I tried to correct out of the slide momentum that time and I just ended up landing too far left. You can use the wall to correct my momentum there. I will think about it when I'm actually there. Not while I'm doing these jumps. Really thought Luca would be facepalming for 45 minutes? Well, if you're facepalming to the beat, it's actually only half of that 45 minutes. Whoops. Oh, I see what you mean by the wall. Yeah, if I just slam into the wall by catching the icicle nice and high. I've been catching the icicle a little bit too low to do that. But if I just jump early and crash into the wall and let myself fall, that might be a lot better. Yeah, I didn't think about the wall correction. Oops. Bad landing there. You see, that's why viewer level streams without backseating are the best. Particularly from the maker's perspective. Because it's just the spectacular misreads that go on for ages because they plausibly seem like they're still the right approach. That really kind of forged the bond between streamer and maker, I think. Because by the end, you truly come to an understanding. As if at the end of a very productive conversation. Where nobody actually understood each other, but they also didn't realize that. A truly diplomatic situation. Whoops. The funniest part is that Loop knew what he was doing wrong. Yeah, that would make it even more complete. I've actually been on this for a while now, so let's not pretend that I'm doing much better than 45 minutes. Whoops. I'm getting a little caught up in conversation here, perhaps. Alright, let's pay attention. Very nice of that stun lock to catch me. Nope. That was a miscalculation at the very end. I thought it was going to dodge one more stun lock, and had a few wires crossed there because I was also trying to enter the door. Trying to do two separate things at once. Fingers couldn't quite agree on the strategy there. Nang's commentary was also exquisite. It always is. Bad idea. You can see the bad ideas coming. It's quite nice that this level works so well with the chomp timing. Since the chomp timing is one thing that's not really within your control, other than building around it. No, next cycle. Nope, bad idea. Icicle, please. Nope. Not so soon. If I just left one icicle alive, I actually could have saved that. But I always have this innate temptation to center all of my jumps onto platforms. So yeah, we're not actually going to beat 45 minutes by much. Next. Okay, save that one from a bit of an alteration of my pattern. There we go, the wall lineup worked very well. Let me out. No, I was trying to jump to the left there and it was just slightly too late. If you're good enough, you can beat it in under a minute. Yeah, man, you'd better get moving on that. Current 2-minute record. Definitely not quite refined just yet. Oh, Loop didn't beat it in 45, he just played it for that long. I see. Through we go. Always nice when I actually get a cycle I'm going for. Okay, line us up. I'm amazed that worked. A pipe incoming. Thank you for that vine. Very helpful. Not a big deal if you don't have the one-way panel, you just die immediately from checkpoint, I suppose. Oh, yeah, no, this mechanic should be familiar to me. This is a reset pipe, that's why. I should recognize this. Terminator and Oily Olive, thank you for the submissions. I should have recognized this mechanic as time-sensitive. It's not like I've never seen it before. Your record was the icicle donut jump, I see. We better wait for the next cycle here. And there we go, let's not choke. Oh, I see. Thwomp is going to do some work here. Oh, okay. That's a fake out. Excellent. Much appreciated. Interestingly enough, it means we can just stand there. We don't need to jump from this position. Nope. Missing that timing, though. R2-D2, thank you for the submission. I might not have enough momentum here. No, I don't know. We need to do 2 consecutive... Whoa, okay, I'm still safe. Still safe. Remarkably. Now, where could we have... Oh, we hit Boom Boom. Yeah, that's how we do it. We have to hit Boom Boom. Wait a minute. I've only hit him once, though. Oh, I see. Because he needs to be grounded. And he was not, so I missed that because he was in that part of the pattern. So here's the issue. That if this is the hard mode route, Luca, if I get to clear now, I will totally not remember that I have not done a hard mode. So I don't know if I should touch this flagpole. But we'll do it. I'll just have to come back at another point to see if we can get the ending. The issue, though, is that if you miss the Boom Boom block at the very end, you can only die to the timeout, I think. Oh, you need to find a hidden key. Okay, you don't actually need to kill that guy. Yes. Yeah, no, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Hidden key. We'll do it some other time. Luca, you'll have to remind me, because, as I said, whenever I actually stamp to clear on one of these levels, I very soon forget that we still have something to do here, so... Let's mark that as a win. You're offended, Lupin Snoop, by the ease with which I cleared this level. I would not call that easy, although I did do much better with the last few rooms than I would have expected. I think the icicle room was definitely one of the sticking points, perhaps. Let's mark it as a win. And yeah, Luca, I'll need to jot this down in my notepad or something as something I still have to do. Okay, let's see what's next. Mang. Yeah, like I said, considering how badly I usually do on rhythm levels like that, if we think back to my experience with, you know, Stepping on Sonic or Mantra Wave or the other things that just notoriously took me hours, kind of nice that we managed to get through that as well as we did. Mang, I think I actually have an idea of what I will bring up here on your old account, unless you have a specific suggestion. So obviously we're still doing Space Bunny in order. We'll eventually do number 2. But I believe the next one down on the list that I haven't... Oh yeah, I guess there's Come and Zed. Yes, because the one... Yeah, no, we'll definitely do that to fill in this gap here. Because I was actually thinking of the propeller level, which I never beat, but... I think Come and Zed is a little gap in the list here that we definitely need to address. So we will choose this one. This is actually just a little over 2 years old. We are just past the 2nd anniversary of this level. So, let's see how we do. As we... well, I mean, I guess back in 2020, they would not have been the sign of the invading Russian army, but that's how I like to read it now, so... Let's see what that's about. Okay. Key door on the other side once you come out. Interesting. Nothing else to see with a camera here. I'm still jumping rhythmically like it's the previous level because I'm mentally just kind of in that state where, you know, you go through a pipe and you just start jumping to the beat. It's hard to break that habit after playing a level like that for so long. Yeah, obviously you do need to boost up here. And maybe get better spacing on the edge. Okay, there we go. I'm still thinking about every jump as though it's on the beat, even though I'm not demonstrating it now. It's a real problem. Especially because this level follows the beat of its own drum. Looks like we do need to... What is this about? Probably slide. Or... Oh, I see. No, you drop everything onto the slope eventually, so... Okay. That's understandable. Let's let it lift up once again. Give it some of that low gravity goodness, which we needed to approach a little bit earlier. Oh, whoops. And yeah, Luca, I had forgotten that I had not done the thick bonus as well. Like I said, I've actually lost track of which bonus sections I haven't done on levels that I touched the flag on, which should probably be a sign that I should just stop touching the flag if I don't feel like I've done a complete run-through. I'm sure it's true of a couple of Mang's levels as well, especially with some of the newer levels on the Whoops, MangMang69 account having alternate routes and endings. You finally know what button to press to clear a Mang level. Yeah, whatever is bounciest. This level is tuned in Z sharp. You know, between different countries there actually are slightly different musical notation systems. I'm trying to remember which language it was. One of the major European languages that has the notes go up to H. Or I think it's actually an H for like a... I don't remember, but it's something I used to know. And XX Bra. Thank you for the level that claims to be a troll level. We'll see how soon we get to that. Whoops. Okay, so I do need full momentum to go out forward here. Alright, we understand now. And Hunter, thank you for Ice Cave Escape. We'll hopefully get to that at some point. New people in the queue, just so you know, in your current position, you might be quite some time away, as in possibly hours. But I do try to clear levels by everybody who stays, if I'm able to stay on, which I usually am. Sometimes there are emergencies that call me away, but usually we're able to get through everybody who submits past the queue closing, so we'll try to maintain that principle. Oh, no, let's do it again. Thank you for that semi-solid. Checkpoint over here? Sure, we'll take it. Why not? And okay, so that's just an on-off reset switch. To enforce that. So it lines up with the checkpoint. Now that just gives you a bit of a preview of what's to come. Perhaps. No, you actually need to go under and bounce on the note blocks to go to the right. Snoop says, it sounds like I could do audiobooks. You know, I don't have anything set up on YouTube right now, but I was actually just thinking the other day that there's no good YouTube reading that is a full read-through of the Rosalina storybook in Super Mario Galaxy. There are a few people who have done it. And the running time is actually lengthier than I remembered if you go through the whole thing, chapter by chapter. But I was actually looking for this the other day because I was trying to introduce it to someone, and I realized that that is something that I should just go ahead and make by myself when I find the time. I might even do a live recording of it as a stream event at some point. Who knows? I would have to turn off things like various stream alerts and notifications and such. But if I'm going to record it, I might as well just do it live. It does mean I need to load up my copy of All-Stars and actually replay Galaxy far enough to open up the storybook. And yes, now I've been corrected about the solfege and the scale going to H in some countries. For the music theorists in the room, I was of course educated in a movable do system, and I do not understand people who were educated in a fixed do solfege. It makes no sense to me. Oops. Okay, let's go over here. Yeah, I only recently realized that there are some physical Kirby storybooks that were only released in Japan. Because Nintendo actually had started releasing some dubs of it on their own YouTube channel, like dubs of a read-through of the Kirby books. But the original Kirby books apparently only exist in Japanese. That 50 coin is, of course, a massive trap. I'm kind of tempted to go for it. I think we want to see if there is an invisible block here that will give me a vine. There is not. Now we know. I was hoping that it would be a block like right here that would give me a vine. But now we know. Okay, where were we? Like a half Z press, yeah, you know, if there were still support for analog triggers like there were on the GameCube controller. Interestingly enough, the Pro controllers that were released for the Nintendo Wii had L and R triggers that had like a full 256 degrees of sensitivity, I think. Or perhaps even more than that. Anyway, they had analog sensitivity that was perfectly capable of replicating things like the analog trigger inputs in Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, etc. But nothing on the Wii ever used that. There was no software that made use of that. That was original to the system. And so it's not surprising that going into the Wii U and later the Switch, Nintendo just kind of dropped analog triggers completely. But it was one of those features of the Wii Pro controller that you would just never know about unless you were actually doing some modding work or anything else that would get you into the guts of that thing. Alright, there we go. We could have just gone under that. No, we couldn't. I did it correctly. Whoops. Let's do this again. Sneak under. Nope. Not quickly enough. Oops. Alright, let's do this. So yeah, like I said, if there is interest, maybe we will do a Galaxy Storybook stream at some point, but like I said, that depends on how soon I can get around to actually running the game again in All-Stars. Getting it in high definition. Whoops. I don't know if there's anything else in the Nintendo repertoire that would be a good candidate for something similar. So yeah, doing a Z backwards, you just do it like this. You see? Just like that. Easy. Very well indicated. Alright, what are we going to do here? Airship camera Bob is not going to help me on this side. You know what? We're at checkpoint. I'm checking it. We checked it. X-Man, Luigi's Story from Thousand Year Door. That's a good answer. I wish I had my GameCube on me. But of course, that's nothing Dolphin Emulator can't fix, but... I see. No, this is a Mang level. You need to do the side bounce. But I need to... fall into the platform first, I think. And then bounce like that. But why would that give me the timing that I need? Let's see. Alright, works well enough. Luca, you think you checked this too? Well, you never know with a Mang level. That might be where you see the secret Mang face or the secret Boom Boom. Of course, it's just the airship camera doing its thing, so... Whoops. Yeah, you kind of need that right-to-left momentum, I guess, from this reversal. It is a bit tricky. I needed to bounce off of that when it was a bit higher. And come off the conveyor on the left when I'm closer to the edge. I mean, the whole point of doing that reversal is to build momentum, so we need to figure out how to use it better. I got it the first time. I need to figure out what it was I did. Because I definitely need to maintain a right-to-left motion coming into this jump. Probably a second spin bounce, perhaps. Because why am I getting this bounce in the first place? We need to think about that. Because it has to be meaningfully distinct from just going directly into that platform. That would not have been enough height. Let me think about this. See, I did it so successfully on the first try, I didn't even stop to think about this. And now I've lost track of what it was I was doing correctly. Okay, that works too. I don't know how reliably it will work when I come back here, but... we need to load the piranhas onto that platform, cut momentum, and spin jump on them again. Once I... bad idea. I thought it would push through, and I don't know why I thought so, given that that was not going to happen. There we go. Just doing a bit of an intermediate bounce on that will partly solve the problem. Ah, there we go. Oh, I love that stack. That's kind of a nice touch. Just to get them all loaded together with the overlap. Not very often that you'll see overlaps like that in the standard Mario styles. And there we are. Okay. You know, this obstacle looks very familiar. This kind of cyclical pattern. I feel like there was some recent Mang level where I died to nearly the exact same thing, maybe with something other than piranhas. Probably with moles, come to think of it, but... that kind of track circle with two objects on opposing sides. The feeling of dying to that definitely triggers some specific spark of memory. Nope, not quite. You do love to track circles, yes. Even for a level that is 2 years old at this point. A lot of familiar Mang-style elements. No. Familiar does not mean that we're any more successful at this now than we have been from previous experience. Sometimes you think maybe a diamond shape, but you always turn it into a circle. Well, and then once you've completed it, you can say, aha, the circle is now complete. Whoops. Let's gain a bit of height there, maybe get on top of the piranha on the left as they're descending. Yeah, I don't know. I need at least one short bounce there. Maybe not two, but at least one. Whoops. Because otherwise I just don't get high enough. Let's try it again. Okay, that works. That was unclean, but I will take it. Nope. Hunter, you think I have composure? I'm glad that illusion persists. Whoops, there we go. That's one of the benefits of not having myself in a webcam, is that you can't see when I'm actually losing my mind. Man, we should actually get the definition bot up. You know what? 1 second, let's do it. I forgot to load it in. Because lately I've been... not really playing that many word games here anyway, but we'll see if we can load that up for you in just a moment. Get that going. Let's try it again. Okay, have fun with that. Yeah, lately I've been trying to keep my setup nice and lean to avoid things like audio issues, so I haven't been running the bot. But we'll hopefully not have my computer explode just from a couple of dictionary queries in the background. There we are. Now this allows you to scout. Nice coin placement just for visibility. This timing element here we'll need to think about. Okay. I'm kind of correct into that, except you need full momentum from the conveyor belt in order to make it over to define. I think what you're looking for is this. Somewhat tautological definition and indicator there, but it is accurate. And Loop, I actually am using an old version of the bot that has the uncensored dictionary that is no longer in use in official tournament play. And yeah, so now, Loop and Snoop, you are now aware of what that is, I guess previously, if you were not quite sure. Hunter, it absolutely is for Scrabble. I used to stream Scrabble fairly frequently here. I haven't done so recently. I've been meaning to get back to it, but it's been difficult to find a good streaming time for it recently. I also only just noticed that there is one pink coin in this level. So we'll keep an eye out for it at some point. Nope, missed. It's always that top curve of the circle that throws me off slightly. Whoops. Loop and Snoop, you thought they were talking about a type of truck this whole time, specifically a monster truck? Okay, let's... Whoop. Oh, we actually managed to correct that. Oh, wonderful. Not quite what I needed. You just thought women really like trucks? I mean, that's not mutually exclusive. In some cases, that is very true. Depends on where you go, I suppose. Must have led to some pretty interesting conversations if that was just kind of a secret byword for talking about trucks. You know, if somebody's asking you, how do you like my Dodge Ram? Whoops. Didn't quite manage to catch the piranha I intended to. Okay, there we go. That was untidy, but it looked fancy, so that counts. Well, you learn something new every day, and that was the thing that Loop and Snoop learned today. As good a factoid as any. Nope. Kind of need to catch it as it's coming up from the track. I need full forward momentum there. I can't really cut back at all. I need full speed from the conveyor belt to make it to the vine on the other side. Loop, it probably won't pop up ever. Yet past a certain age, it definitely won't pop up ever. Whoops. Always thinking that I can just get an adjustment from the piranha on the left. Whoops. That circle is getting me trouble. All right. And thank you for the follow. And up we go. You know, Loop Snoop, speaking of sad jokes on that subject, that's actually a significant body of work in, I believe it's late 18th century English poetry. I want to say in the court of Charles II. If I remember it correctly. I may be off by a couple of decades, who knows. But basically, you had all these court poets that were kind of having the wildest time of their lives in their 20s and going into their 30s with various diseases that come from their lifestyle, I suppose. And all just writing very obscene poetry about the various anxieties they have about getting into their old age and their dying years, which for them were usually their mid-30s. Well, Olive, you didn't do anything today, but feel better. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that is the right solution. Okay, let's watch this timing. On the track. Not even close. So eventually we'll need to... Okay, so there's the key. That's interesting, because that key door is above another door, which has that yellow block on top of it. I kind of wonder how that will go, but we'll think about it when we're closer. Still don't know what's going on with that single pink coin, obviously. Oh, Olive, you mean you were feeling a little bit sick? That's unfortunate. I hope it's nothing serious. Okay, we need to fix this up. This jump has still been the obstacle here. There we go. Okay, key down there. Are we going to do anything with it? We don't really have the opportunity to right now, I think. Because even if I jump down there, you have the Muncher stack. Unless I'm able to take damage, I can't actually do anything there unless I carry a POW over there and have a mushroom at the same time, or something to that effect. I feel like I lost an opportunity there, and I'm not even sure what. Let's see. Let's go down. Oh, yeah, I needed to ride that platform down. Okay, let's respawn this stuff. Respawn, 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 can I? Yeah, 3 munchers down there. Let's not touch that yet. There we go. Just enough range. Ah, I see, okay. That's how that will go. I always mang so smoothly. Well, it comes with experience manging. Oops, I was about to say, wow, thank goodness that's salvageable, and only to fail on that anyway. There we go. Out of the frying pan into the fire. If by fire we mean that piranha plant circle, then we've been scorching our feet all evening. Okay. Terminator, I will answer that question in just a bit. I want to just instinctively say Grave of the Fireflies. But let me think about that. Because I don't think it's fair to be comparing a lot of those films to each other when they're just in some ways so different artistically. Like, I mean, you know, if you're going to have some comparison, you know, how can you really have something like Grave of the Fireflies and My Neighbor Totoro in the same conversation, even though they originally debuted in Japan as a double feature, I believe, back in 1988 or whenever, which is certainly one way to program a double feature, if you can believe that. And yeah, loop is a very minimal set of definitions, just enough to kind of prove that a word has a definition. It's so, interestingly enough, now that you've looked up Bidoof, I know one top expert Scrabble player who apparently many years ago made a list of all the Pokemon that are anagrams of words that are valid in Scrabble. So I think it's... I'm trying to think of a good example of, like, one of the really good solutions to that. But anyway, there is an anagram command, just, you know, exclamation mark anagram if you want to check for yourself. But apparently there are a non-trivial number of Pokemon that anagram to valid words. I'm trying to remember a really good example of that, but I just don't know my Pokemon well enough off the top of my head to recall exactly. Whoops. And Dead Vods, thank you for submitting the Twitch challenge. We'll see if we get to that anytime soon. It might be quite a while in that queue position. Do I have a command to get a score of a word? No, but I can do it in my head without any bonuses. Yveltal is going to be 8 and 5, that's 13. Because Y and V are both 4 points, and the other ones are all 1. When you play in it, even just a little bit of Scrabble casually, eventually you just pick up all the tile values by heart, as well as the letter distributions, so you can usually just tell by looking. Terminator, what made Grave of the Fireflies that memorable? I mean, I think it's very difficult to discuss that without spoiling the film for people who have not seen it. And for people who have seen it, the answer is already obvious. Loop and Snoop. No, the only 10-point tiles are Q and Z, although when you play variants in other languages, that changes. So for example, in French Scrabble, there are 10 points attached to letters like W and K because they rarely occur naturally in the language, whereas a Q is worth much less because a Q is much easier to use in French than it is in English. Okay. The Z is probably overvalued, actually. Like, it's something that kind of has come up in the past, I suppose. We are, of course, checking this. The goal is right here, but... And notice that the goal is set up in such a way that if you don't take it, it's not like you're going to hit the top of the pool, but you're invited to check this, and so we will. I also never found out what is going on with that pink coin. Ground tiles to the top left, so we don't have anything to check there. We'd have to go over to Muncher. Oh, we do actually need to go over to the other side, I see. Alright. Let's build up some momentum then. Zygarde would be worth a lot, yes. If... because of the Z. Being a 10, that would be what? G and D are both 2, so that would be... 21. Not counting any bonuses, of course. And because it's 7 letters, if you use all 7 letters, that would be an additional 50. So if you ever do play a variant of Scrabble where you just allow all Pokemon, that's going to get you a boatload. Whoops. Are you the oiliest olive I know? I can't say that I've known very many olives in my lifetime. I mean, there's the other reindeer, I suppose. But other than that... Okay. Whoa, thinking too far ahead on that jump. Terminator Princess Mononoke is a very good choice. I haven't seen it in a very long time, but I do remember that I loved it back when I did. I haven't seen it in an exceptionally long time, I would say. And Paxman, you could probably go higher than that, but that's a good question. Highest scoring Pokemon in Scrabble. I feel like this is something that I should know the answer to for the purposes of conversations like this, but it's funny because if I actually had some of the Scrabble viewers that I get when I stream the game here, one of them probably would know the answer to that. Because some of them are just very good at word trivia like that. And some of them really do know their Pokemon, as I was saying earlier. But I haven't streamed Scrabble in so long that I don't get as many of the viewers from the word game side anymore as I used to. Whoops. I'm going to see if I can dig up that Scrabble Pokemon list. Because there was one particular example that stood out for me back when somebody told me about this. And I just can't think of what it was off the top of my head. But it was something spectacular. Whoops. Oily olive. Z and Q are worth 10. J and X are worth 8. Those are the highest scoring ones when you play with the standard English set. Love how the muncher just kind of clips off that last piranha at the end there. It's a very nice touch. Whoops. Okay. And yeah, loop, that's certainly a good example. There we go. Always a little worried about that jump, but we made it this time. Standing too close, once again. I feel like I've actually been on this a while, despite not feeling like I've been having too tough a time with it. It doesn't feel like a hard level, it's just that there are lots of potential pitfalls, like that circle. But this jump is getting better, at least. Nope. We got that on the first try earlier, and that was perhaps making me a little bit complacent. Okay. There we go. Now, we see if we can do this. I do have to build momentum. And then now we wrap around here. And fall off the side. That's to clear. At long last. Now, given the length of the queue, I think it would be smart at this point if I do close up fairly soon. We'll take a look at the clear rate of whatever we pick next, which is by Samwell, so it will probably be something kind of medium hard, I suppose, depending on what we choose. And we'll make a decision then, but I may be closing fairly soon for anybody who has not already submitted. Thank you for the GGs, and Mang for that level. So yeah, we previously hadn't finished the propeller level. That's the only other one on the list that I think I started but never actually beat. And there were a few that were older than that I haven't completed yet, but other than Space Money 3, we've done everything within the last 2 years on Mang's original account, so. Let's take a look at Samwell, if you are still here. And we'll just give Samwell a moment to check in. And once again, for anybody who's new to my queue, if you are in the queue already and you manage to stay, we will try to get through everybody who is already here. We'll give Samwell a moment to check in. If Samwell Does not reply. Samuel is on the lurk list right now, so we'll just swap him back one spot and head over to Tub and Chub. Samuel might just be lurking. He does that sometimes. Tub and Chub, if you want to check in first, we will maybe do the puzzle first before we swap back. Lupin Snoop Electabuzz. Yeah, the issue with Electabuzz is that there is only one Z in the set, so in an actual Scrabble game, one of them would have to be a blank. So you wouldn't actually get credit for both of the Zs. In theory, it would be the highest, yes. Were it not for the fact that you're limited to one Z. Tub and Chub, if you are also not checking in, we will bump you back a spot. And probably head over to Paxman next. Yeah, I would be surprised if you found something past Rayquaza. Okay, both Samuel and Chub are on the lurk list, and neither of them appear to be here, so, or at least haven't checked in yet. So we will rotate up to Paxman next if we have Paxman, which we do. So let's take a look at Iggy's Claw Machine text. And because we have some people potentially ditching, I will not close just yet. We'll look at the clear rate on this, and it is a test level, so perhaps not much information to go on yet. But we'll see how we do. Iggy's Claw Machine, new test uploaded, well, very recently. Just now, in fact. Let's take a look. Of course we're checking. Nope, that's just decorative. Here's the claw machine. Oh, I see, okay. So, I guess we could try to bob him. But I don't think I can reach. Now, gotta watch out for the cannon shots on the left side. I think the idea here is that we shouldn't swing the claws back and forth too much. Whoops. Jinx actually is valid in the International Dictionary, as you can see. Not in the North American only one, but if you're playing on Wiggles, if you're playing the dictionary that's marked as CSW, Jinx with a Y is a valid word. And bopping him does not get me anything, unfortunately. I guess it would knock him off the track and we would try to fight him, but oh, auto scroll. So I guess theoretically I could hold the shell rather than wearing it. But there would be no point to doing so unless I wanted to whack some of these guys on the left with a shell, perhaps. Anyway, let's go for a ride. And sure, we'll take the top. I see a spring down there that we will not get any use out of. Here's an excellent reminder that we're dealing with Super Mario World here. Now, why am I hitting this? I actually haven't looked at what that activates yet. One-way panels on the left. What's coming out of that? Oh, I see. Okay. Ah, I see. It's just an off-screen mechanism that I didn't get a proper look at because it might have been loaded down below where I'm standing. Here we are. And yeah, you're thinking that carrying the shell forward would break things. Yeah, I guess if you just had a kind of bumper-based one-way panel dispenser or something, like some I know it's probably something that's going to look fairly ugly, but there might be a way to deal with that. Okay, we're going to have a second call here for either Samuel or Tub and Chub. If you sniped the mecha or the Eggy on the stack, that would break the stack. I was thinking about that as well. Like, if I try to just whack him, because the thing is, Eggy would get into a shell form, and then that would be the issue there, right? So, anyway, hopefully that was a useful test. I don't know if there's anything else specifically that you would want to see with it, but looking forward to seeing that develop from Paxman. Okay, second call for Samuel. As per usual policy, we'll eject him from the queue if we don't get a second call. It looks like the next one up will, if neither Samuel or Tub and Chub check in, will be CD Rem, who is still here. Let's take a look at Tub and Chub. I was kind of looking forward to Tub and Chub's puzzle, but that's okay. We can just hold it for another day. And CD Rem, who I know is here, will likely be next. Loop and Snoop, you have to go. Yeah, thank you for dropping by. Better work in that rhythm, I suppose. I mean, I shouldn't say that without having seen your video first, but I look forward to seeing it. And having a wonderful time, I'm sure. As wonderful as you did yourself as the player. Have a good night. Okay, CD Rem, you just said GG a moment ago, so we'll probably pop you in. And yeah, because we're bypassing a few in the queue, we'll just leave it open for the time being, but probably not too much longer. Ah yes, LEGO Blooper Backrooms. This is the new version of something that we started playing on the previous stream. Let's see how we do. Because I understand there were some changes. The previous version of the level was taken down before I crashed out of it. Right, because we veer to the right, get up in the pipe, I'll jump out. And then we hit the question block. That's going to send something to the right. And I believe that was the adjustment that we were talking about previously when I played this. Okay. Came in a little low off that jump, unfortunately, and missed the on-off. The green shell there does feel a little bit more comfortable in terms of the directional adjustment coming out of it, but we'll try to prove that by doing it somewhat consistently here. Yeah, it feels quite a bit better. We cut through the shell, we jump on the platform and then bounce on a spiny shell as it is headed to the next P block marker further to the right. That's what we'll do. Currently sitting at about a 1.5% on this level, so should be fairly doable from what we've seen so far. The P markers are to be taken seriously, though, as our landing points. The empty P block markers as things that are non-interactive so long as there's no P-switch active have as most of you know, been a very popular indication system since they were patched into the game. I find in 3D World they can be a little bit noisy, probably just from the thickness of the artwork. There's something about how they look in 3D World that seems much more foregrounded, I suppose, than in the other styles. But that's okay, enough moving targets here, like that piranha coming off the conveyor, that we're definitely grateful for these markers at times, especially with things like that Goomba coming down to a very specific location that I do need to intersect with if I want to get up to that wall jump immediately afterwards. No, I need to cancel out of that. If I try to ground pound, I will pick up the crate at that point. You think it's how much more backgrounded the background is? Yeah, that's a good point. The Ghost House theme in 3D World does have some of my favorite background art in this game, I think. This cavernous mansion with an old library, straight out of 3D World itself, of course. No, we need to go down, pick up the crate, hit the shell, jump on a skip squeak. A lot of moving parts to look at here. Which is a problem if you're a player like me who does not read indications well and is always looking for moving parts. We do need to kick the Koopa to the right, which we had been doing consistently up to that point, but not anymore, apparently. Whoops. Yeah, it's kind of funny that 3D World has this sense of a lot of things going on in spite of having much fewer options aesthetically when it comes to things like palette swaps on semi-solids and other platforms. It's much less flexible when it comes to the visual elements that you're placing yourself, but with so many things in motion, you do need to keep your eyes on the foreground, as it were. No, we just need to drop out of there. You know, doing just a straight drop out of the pipe without any kind of momentum. If I just exit the pipe with no additional inputs, wonder if I fall accurately. We're going to try it here if I can. I'm just going to test something. Blow a few attempts in doing so. Oops. Whoops, just missed that completely. Previously, I was landing a little bit close to the spike after kicking that big spiny. I do need to remember to actually get some of these pipe entrances. Sometimes I am a little bit late on the up direction. Or just not aiming accurately at all. Which is a similar trap. Nope, it's the on-off switch. Missed everything, in fact. And unfortunately, that means that we will not be getting through that thwomp. And landing a bit close once again. So yeah, a couple of adjustments to make here. As long as I come out of that pipe before the crates with nothing pressed directionally. I should be able to drop down with the correct facing direction, and that solves that problem. I was previously definitely overcomplicating it. Whoops, standing a bit close now. So yeah, a lot of these pipe exits have what look like one tile wide precision drops, but they're actually fairly easy to control. You just need to not press the direction coming out of the pipe, which is not necessarily going to be one's habit when it comes to how often you'll come out of pipes having to press into a succeeding jump or a wall jump facing into the exit. It's very tempting to just face in one direction or the other, and so you just kind of, in this level, need the self-control to drop accurately in that first tile instead. Standing too close. Terminator, you were asking earlier, what's the world record? I didn't check that. That is a 1 minute 01. I just missed that message. Probably not going to be a lot of flexibility on that time, given that once you set this level in motion, you don't really have a chance to stall anywhere. Just going to be going with the flow. Nope. Too far to the left. Yeah, with the skip squeaks and the spiny and the spike blocks and everything kind of clustered up like that, it definitely took me a moment to read it. Dexterity, welcome. It's been a while. Hope the levels have been going well on all of the various accounts. And thanks for this mission. You are a little far back in the queue, but as usual, I'll try to get to everybody who is in. And there may be a few dropouts before you anyway, so hopefully it will not be as long as all that. Best of Dex number 1. Interesting. Some kind of compilation, perhaps. Okay, let's get this entrance going. Oh, didn't quite get this entry. But yeah, once again, not pressing anything coming out of pipes is going to be very important to this level in multiple instances, 3 or 4 that we've already seen. Because you do need to maintain your forward-facing direction at all times in certain locations like that. Oh, once again, you do need to be tall to go through this, but... And then we will need to make it over that skip squeak as well, which should be fine if I just go with the flow. Skip squeak is one of those problems that should just solve itself. Yeah, I think we will definitely be closing the queue by the time I'm through this level. So, anybody else who is not in at this point, do consider this last call for however many minutes. Up we go. Nope, leaned into that a little too soon. That's okay, we'll practice these jumps anyway. I don't think I can make it through if I'm not tall. couple of these bounces. Nope. Terminator, I have watched very little of The Twilight Zone. Certainly not enough to pick favorite episodes. It is not a show I know well. I don't know if you have any particular personal favorites that you'd like to recommend, but... not really something I've ever had an informed opinion about. In general, I'm much more of a feature film person than a television person, so most television-related questions I will not be able to answer. Whoops. DR Program, welcome. And R2-D2, if you are interested in your current position, it's just 3 spots back, but that's assuming that everybody is here, heading up to that point. Whoops. Terminator, you recommend to obsolete man and to serve mankind. Okay. Alright, let's pop this. And okay, this is the best attempt in a while. Nope, still not making it over that guy. We need to carry that crate for a while. We still haven't seen where the release is going to be. Paxman, I have not seen Everything Everywhere All at Once yet. I was going to look into it, but I just have not had the opportunity to really leave the house and head to the cinema lately. It had been something that was recommended to me. And Donkimit is quite right, that is way too much to see. Welcome, Donkimit. Okay, pop this. Up we go. Nope, missed that. Yeah, because that's going to be a sequence of activations that's going to get rid of the thwomp due to its overlap with the on-off blocks, perhaps. We'll see how it goes when we actually make the up-pipe entrance, which, as is typical for levels like this, has been repeatedly a bit of a problem. And that's what most of the level is about, is just making it into these pipes. And adjusting well into your jumps afterwards. Ah, I see. So there's going to be something involving that blaster that's sitting on top of an on-off state block as well. So yeah, glad to hear some positive word of mouth about that film from some of you. Definitely something I meant to look into, as I said. I've just not been able to head out to the cinema lately. Probably one of the bigger changes in my life pre and post pandemic. Used to spend lots of time just going to films. I mean, that was also before I was streaming, I suppose. But I'd have, like, memberships in repertory cinemas and film clubs and so on, and festival passes, and I'd just be out watching films very, very often. That has lately not been the case anymore. Now we just do viewer levels instead, if that. Not even as often as I used to. There we go. Yeah, we'll just take damage, I suppose. Looked like a damage gate. And it is, and here's a checkpoint. Up, and then it's going to be a wall jump on the donut blocks on the left side up to the first pipe entrance. And you use the B to get into the next pipe sequence. So, here's the thing about Top Gun 2. This has nothing to do with the film itself, but one of the first video games I ever played was actually a game for the original NES that was called Top Gun 2. I think it was a licensed game based on Top Gun, and there was very quickly a flight sim sequel that was made to it, so that was the kind of early video game flight experience that I had instead of something sensible like, I don't know, Pilot Wings or whatever other people were doing. Why would I... Oh, and that's why. Okay. Because I was bouncing on those thinking, huh, arrows are pointing down, but is there a reason I would want to go up? Now, stalling by going up on the dry bones doesn't seem to do anything too bad. Oh, I need to bounce on that. Yeah, this mechanic we are familiar with, of course. This high bounce that we're only going to get once. Yeah, just a big misread here for me as we hounded all the way to the bottom half of the layout. Nope, I keep missing this. I'm trying to veer to the right and I'm just not going far enough. And Pac-Man must be what the film is based on, yeah. Sounds like the sort of thing that Tom Cruise would want to spend money on. It's kind of funny because, like, when you look at the kind of Tom Cruise franchises, he himself is the person who has producer credit on those and is financing them. Like the continuation of the Mission Impossible series, for instance. Basically, he wants to spend his life just being an action hero and feeling young about it, and so that's what he does. He'll choose to make those himself. I believe it was the same with Vin Diesel and Riddick. Basically, he was just continuing to finance the Riddick series out of pocket. And there are a couple of other instances like that where it's the star that wants to continue being the action hero who keeps the series going. I keep missing this. It is actually really quite difficult to hit that, because I ground pound to that. Let's see if we can find a consistent input for it. Whoops. We got Top Gun for the NES, and it was impossible to land a plane on the aircraft carrier. Yeah, I don't remember much about that. I mean, I only played Top Gun 2, I suppose. Oops. Oh, took me a moment to react to that. I'm not supposed to take damage there yet, I don't think. I'm supposed to go straight up and be aligned between the spikes until I've cleared them. Trying to do this. Oh, I see. I just missed my opportunity to trigger the exclamation block. Okay. Or rather, the exclamation block already expired because it's triggered all the way back here. And so you do have a fairly strict time limit on that. A pipe entrance. Oh, I like that. That's a nice blooper setup over there. Dispensing that by proximity only to land on it. It was a very short-lived blooper. Not blooper, rather. Cheap, rather. What did I say, blooper? You see, saying blooper when I mean cheap is itself a blooper. Which is very, very meta. It's going in the blooper reel. Anyway, cheap. It's going to be very short-lived, but it's going to do its duty very well. I missed a wall jump on the left side here. It's supposed to be wall jump, followed by Spiny. And then Piranha. Creeper after that on the top right. Yeah, a lot of fun setups here. Very busy to read in some ways. And in some ways that are kind of necessary, just given the nature of a lot of these setups that are dependent on things getting knocked into position at the last moment, but a lot of fun to actually flow through. And quite readable, I think. Like I said, it is something that's busy looking, but at the same time not at the expense of understanding what's going on. Okay, up pipe, nope, missed that up pipe. It's going to spit me out from the other side, and I need to hold jump into the pipe exit in order to clear that. Get over the purple skip squeak on the top, and then head over to whatever awaits me on the right side in the distance. And Electrodude, welcome. Olive, you're saying something about a jungle underspin level with Yoshi. I'm not exactly sure what you mean yet, but I'm sure we'll find out when we get to that someday. Sometimes a little difficult for me to visualize one kind of level while I'm playing another. And Document, thanks for the submission. You have the sub privilege, by the way, so you will be next after this. So I don't need to make you wait for hours and hours past your bedtime. And I will probably be closing, like I said, pretty imminently. But let's see if we can get to the completion on this first. We seem to be fairly close. If I can just make some of these pipe entrances. Line read is going to be fairly friendly here. Oh, nope. Looks like I needed to probably throw the crate into that pipe by the looks of it. Yeah, icicle there. I needed to throw the crate upon leaving the pipe, I'm pretty sure. Paxman, you've got to go. Thank you for joining me, and hopefully, once again, that was a useful Iggy playtest for you. Very happy to see future versions of that as that develops. And thank you, Luca, for your very rhythmic level as well. And Nintendo Pat, I forgot to say hello to you as you came in. Hello. Hope you are also having a good morning. Sometimes I'm not reading chat very accurately as I'm playing levels like this. Electrodude, you snuck in a stream yesterday on your stream anniversary. Well, first of all, happy stream anniversary. I have barely been on Twitch lately, so I've been missing a lot of people's broadcasts. Not keeping up, but hopefully going to get back into more of it. And Olive, thank you for explaining what you meant by the Yoshi spin, or however it was you put it. Whoops. Yeah, I've generally not been playing too many games recently, and like I've been doing my Mario Maker stream once or twice a week, much less than I intended to. But I haven't really been playing that much at all, even outside of that. So I'm massively backlogged right now because I've picked up more video games than I can play. And I don't know if there would be much interest in streaming some of those because they may be time-consuming. So for instance, I finally got Triangle Strategy after talking about it for some time, and it seems long enough that streaming it may be unwise if I want to have a hope of actually finishing it. Also picked up 13 Sentinels, if any of you know that. Which is kind of a style of game I don't play much at all. The sort of a, as I understand it, kind of a visual novel RPG with mech defense elements or something. I don't know. It sounded interesting. I just got it on a sale, so whoops, missed a crate. Yeah, so I do need a crate to throw it past the icicle after the next pipe. It is a pretty quick reaction on that, given that the camera is going up and down quite a bit in this whole section as I gain and lose height. Okay, no, we need to not face left that early. The skip squeak specifically prevents that. Up we go, and down. Whoops. Anyway, out of an abundance of caution, I am going to close the queue at this point. We will continue playing this level. We're not done with it yet. Looks like I'm making progress, but as I said before, anybody who is already in, we will try to get to you, assuming there are no emergency situations that get me to end the stream early. So just give me one moment to update the stream title, and then we will continue playing this level for at least a little longer, given that I think the clear is in sight. Yeah, definitely a lot of moving pieces in this one. Whoops. Oh, I accidentally canceled out of the ground pound there. Yeah, definitely just the up pipe entrance is giving me most trouble so far, like I said. Okay, let's try it again. Very relieved to hit that. Didn't think I would. Oh, failed to grab the crate. I'm supposed to bounce off this guy. Yeah, the crate drops in such a way that I really was not confident that I would be able to pick it up. I'd previously done so without really even thinking about it, but I don't know how well we'll be able to recreate that. Need to be fairly precise about how you do it once you get within... Oh, nope, missed that. Okay, and then it's going to be up to the blooper after that, and I see the door that is around the corner past the blooper. A door on the bottom past the blooper. That's interesting. Doesn't seem like the kind of exit I would expect from this level, but maybe we're supposed to curve down towards it. Nope. Kind of a miss there as I made a bit of a directional adjustment to grab the crate. And yeah, Olive, I mean, always a good idea to just save some ideas for later if some kind of setup doesn't seem to be working out now. You never know when a solution will present itself. I say that, of course, as somebody who has way too many concept sketches that never turned into real levels because I haven't taken the time to finish them. It's been a while since I've actually built something in this game, and quite a lot of ideas I'd like to play with further, so I really should spend more time building. But yeah, a lot of it is just a matter of finishing what you start. Nope. Okay, and then it's going to be a wall jump. I see. Wall jump, blooper. But if the crate is falling to the right side of the blooper, I suppose the idea is that you are expected to have caught it by then. Like maybe you're supposed to recatch the crate. But then why would you, instead of just holding it through that whole sequence? There has to be some reason that you have to release the crate and send it over to the right side. We just haven't seen that yet because I haven't done the pipes accurately enough. Okay, here we are. Crate is released here. Nope, missed a wall jump. I knew it was coming, too. I absolutely knew the wall jump was coming, I just was so surprised I made it that far. Taramis, welcome. Taramis, we actually just closed up, but we'll see how we do. I saw that people are starting to get underway with the low-budget puzzle event that's going to be happening. And I'm still behind on some of the previous contests as a player. Whoops. Yeah, we just closed up for now, but we'll see how we do with the people who remain. Very glad to take my time with this level, of course. It's been very satisfying to push through. Once you just kind of and get accustomed to its own internal logic, which is mostly just a question of accurately entering up pipes. Sometimes the up and down camera movements do force you to react very quickly, but nothing we can't handle so far, except maybe for this guy. Catch to crate. Ah, I see. The door must be a reset down there. Unless it's a dev door of some sort. Oh, there we go. That's the clear. And R2-D2, we will switch to Toadette before playing the next submission, which will be a sub next. Well, thank you so much for that level from CD. That one was, yeah, quite a treat. And we muddled through eventually. So it's just going to be just one sub next from Document, and then it's going to be straight down the list with next after that. Let's see what's in store. Tide for first, a very new upload. The tides around here are crazy. How crazy? We're about to find out. Oh, okay, so it's going to be a water level. Okay. Auto scroll is going to force a bit of speed here. Now that's interesting, using the note block to displace the blaster. I'm thinking about what it must be sitting on for that to work. Possibly you're just pushing it through a... maybe not something like a... I was going to say seesaw, but that can't be right. It's definitely a push setting it through something that is off screen, given that the auto scroll is preventing me from seeing what is at the bottom of the water. Okay, finally getting that. I do need to catch the POW on my way down and smack it so all the munchers go away. That's definitely not a one-tile precision jump between munchers. It is a moment where I'm supposed to use the POW instead. Jumping out of the water continues to be a problem for me in a way it always has been in the Super Mario series. We'll try to make it happen. Whoops. And Olive, you're thinking about making other accounts for some additional themed Super Worlds? Yeah, if you have the luxury of doing so, and also want to deal with all that profile management. Okay, I was hoping to catch the POW on my way down and fire it immediately. I think I just needed to release it sooner. And catch it higher. Yeah, you land on a POW, you hit the on-off switch. I do have just enough time to catch the POW by the wall and just fire it at the wall, perhaps. Like it's a very quick tap. to make that happen. Nope, I was hoping to catch it right there, and that did not go. I can totally ground pound it. That is the sensible thing to do. I would have come up with that eventually, I'm sure. But eventually is not now. I'm a little bit slow on that. I do need to get there a bit faster to catch the first bullet, which will be the only bullet worth using there. It would be fancy to do it the other way, of course. Whoops. No. Have to lead the POW a little bit if I want to ground pound into it, and also gain a bit more time on the auto scroll so I don't get into trouble immediately after that. In fact, I should just go into the ground pound directly after the on-off switch, instead of doing the extra landing. I can do the extra landing, but time-wise, I want to shave that as much as I can, so ground pound straight after the on-off switch would be ideal if I have the right kind of angle for it. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to catch it that time. Whoops. Let up on a jump too quickly. And the camera had something to say about that. Not a very nice thing to say. Okay. Interestingly enough, no, I probably couldn't have hit that bullet. I still needed to go faster. Spending too much time going around the bullet, as the blaster was already sinking. I was about to say, interestingly enough, the coin that the POW drops there kind of makes for an interesting time pressure indication above the blaster as it sinks, but maybe it'll be clearer what I'm talking about when I get back to that. Whoops, total miss. And back we go. Whoops. That did not go well. Okay. Let's try it again. Okay, trying to rush that a little bit this time, and I needed a bit of an additional twirl over to Spike. I was concerned about the blaster sinking too low, like it did the last time I got there. I'm just a little bit too slow on that turnaround. Nope. The extra twirl was too much of a delay. I should not twirl there, I just need to land accurately and get on top of the incoming bullet faster than I've been doing. I think that's really the only solution. Nope. Yeah, there are certain timings here that are going to be pretty specifically confined, especially the ones involving the Cheep Cheeps, and so they do give me a chance to kind of standardize my position regardless of where I am in the auto-scroll. Getting up to that point. Nope, missed. That time, if I had hit, would have actually been perfect. Document, this is a tough one. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably get it, as long as I can jump out of the water accurately. I feel like it's within my ability, as long as we don't have to do too much in the way of, I don't know, ground pound cancels or other awkward maneuvers. No, so far it's just a matter of some of the accuracy here and keeping the jumps nice and tight. And no, I do need the bullet to clear its way out of the spikes first. So again, that's a bit of a constraint. I want to hit the bullet as soon as it gets to the first block past the spikes, as soon as it's available, basically. But yeah, it's a level that visually looks very clean, but is actually doing a ton of stuff to create specific pockets of timing that are valid within the auto-scroll, and the jump on top of the bullet bill going towards the sinking blaster is a very fine example of that. That in both cases, the timing is going to be very specifically confined in a way that I'm just going to have to retune my pathway around. So, missed. Yeah, and if you miss, that's going to be a death. And yeah, Document, I know from experience with your levels that you don't require ground pound cancels. A lot of it is just understanding the moving parts. Having a fair bit of flexibility in this style when it comes to optionally twirling. Okay. That seems slow. Oh, okay, I actually managed to bounce on top of the bullet, which surprised me. I did not expect that. I thought it would be landing on top of the blaster. That is not the case. You can land on the bullet over the spikes. Okay, I wasn't sure about that because I'd taken some deaths there. I mean, it looks like visually that the bullet should take priority. But in this game, you can never quite tell what the collision priority is going to be just at a glance. Can be deceptive. Okay. And then... oh, whoops. Didn't expect the tide to sink that quickly. I thought it would have an additional jump coming out of that. But... time and tide wait for no man, especially not... Oh, I forgot to do the Toadette reward, didn't I? I was about to say, especially for Luigi, and then I remembered that R2-D2 Craft requested Toadette earlier on, which we will now honor as soon as I fail next attempt. I was going to do it on my way into this level and just slipped my mind while we were shuffling around, so pardon the delay on that, but Toadette is finally in action. Like I was saying, time and tide wait for no man, but this is the part where Toadette says, no man am I, and lops off the head of the Black Rider. Okay. Whoops. I don't know if that would fit within the character limit. 32 characters, does it? I can never quite tell. 32 characters is much shorter than I would expect. Yeah, I don't build very many levels, but I apparently contribute lots of titles, often by accident. The one I'm still proudest of is Tino's back and forth level. Speaking of tides, in 5 and 6mm. 6mm, I believe. That's probably still the best course title I've come up with. Terminator, when I eventually can afford a new PC build, I will likely play Elden Ring. It may be some time before I can do that. I am very much interested in Elden Ring, but I'm missing two things: a capable PC and time. Missed. Robin Hood Men and Tides, yeah. Yeah, tied for first is not too bad. Particularly if somebody draws this in multiplayer versus, which would be hilarious. Whoops. I'm kind of curious now how many plays there are in versus, but we'll check if we remember after the fact. Fairly new level, of course, so not many plays total. We'll have to revisit that question when there's an actual sample size to work with. And yeah, like you said, brand new level. Exactly. For those unaware of what I was talking about earlier, the title that I was particularly proud of was a level by Tino called Tides Reversed It, which is a palindromic title, which was very difficult to come up with in that few characters, but we managed to do it. Matching the palindromic nature of the level itself. Okay, let's do this, and up we go. No, I was thinking, okay, I've got plenty of room to drop into the water there, and that was not the case. Hey, that was a pretty good blind run through a significant number of jumps, though. Definitely a good sign for the readability here. Especially with the flying Cheep Cheep segment, where you just kind of have to take it on faith that it's going to go the way you expect. But I think the level actually sets up that expectation very well when it comes to seeing the Cheep Cheeps coming and understanding what kind of sequence is going to be. It's kind of like I'm taking it on faith, but I think, you know, the idea by that point has been planted in my head. So it's a particularly notable bit of signaling in this level. You know, the bit where you cycle over to Cheep Cheeps actually reminds me of a very specific part of the level Bobopolis in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. There's a bit involving flying penguins, and that feels very similar. I always find that a lot of these jungle-style levels actually are reminiscent of certain concepts in DKC as well. Something about this subgenre just screams DKC to me. Whoops. I tried to jump a little bit early there and bumped my head on the ceiling. And yeah, Olive, if you need to switch devices or plug in, do take your time. We know you're here. Whoops. Whoops. Well, I'm sure we can muddle through it. Seem to meet with little bursts of success in this level, where every now and then we'll just push through a big chunk of it at once. Oops. Still letting up on my paddle a little bit early there. I'm reluctant to jump out of the water there because that would throw off my timing for getting on top of the Cheep, and so I'm hesitating a bit when it comes to pressing the jump button and, shall we say, keeping my head above water. Whoops. I think the note block noise is a little bit excessive. Maybe so. Haven't really thought about... Oh, you mean... Yeah. That whole sound effect. You see, I'm so accustomed at this point to hearing note blocks just used deliberately as musical instruments that... or overlapping with other sound effects that... I hadn't even thought about that effect in a long time, perhaps. Nope. A little bit late there. I wanted to spin jump, and I was just too close to the piranha because I knew I was late coming out of the water at that point. I mean, whoops, the rising and falling water is, of course, going to be, by design, lining up with the auto-scroll in a very deliberate fashion, so... As long as I get out of the water, it doesn't matter if I'm a little late, as long as I can catch up again by the next tide. Whoa, that was not a great jump. You see, now I'm mentally counting the pitches. I think it's 4 pitches, but fair enough that it does kind of sound like a lot more. Whoops. Or maybe we didn't even hear the whole thing that time. Let's see. Anyway, let's not fixate on that. That's just going to distract me. Nope. The twirl there delayed me a little too much. We really can't afford that adjustment. I think every time I've made it successfully, I've not twirled in that spot. You see, now that note block is all I can think about every time I reach that location. It's stuck in my head. Whoops, bumped my head on the ceiling again. Now, I was not intending to take that extra bounce that time, and so I was trying to catch up by cutting some corners with the wall jump, and of course that did not work out. I did not expect to have the second bounce on a trampoline, but did so unintentionally, and from that point on, everything was just thrown off. Currently at 240 record on this, but again, very new level, very few clears. Okay, thought I was going to miss that, but we got it. No, once again, I keep thinking that I have to twirl there, and I really shouldn't. I should actually be getting top of that bullet while it's still on top of the spikes, as we were discussing earlier. If I can make it that early, I should go for it. Otherwise, Blaster is going to be difficult to catch. There we go, just like that. Whoa. Missed the bullet. On we go. Let's not miss this time. Yeah, or bump my head on a ceiling. Or missed the first jump here. There we go. Okay, good sequence here. Nope, too close. I was a little worried about that, because it's a pretty tight corner to get off of that spike top and into the water, and jumping out of the water always concerns me a little bit. Hey, nearly out of the first section though. There will be more. We can surmise as much from the current record time. And let's hit that. Not hit my head. Whoa, I should have actually suspended that a little bit longer. We were getting to the Cheep Cheeps too quickly for comfort that time. I needed a bit more airtime to let them come up, and let the camera catch up with me, for that matter. But yeah, having seen the entirety of the first segment, everything looks quite manageable so far. Just some accuracy issues, especially with jumping out of the water and bobbing in the water in the first place when close to bottom of the camera. Whoops, that's a miss. A miss, a miss, a miss. Let's see. Let's pump this guy. Yeah, just being very deliberate about exiting the water. Twirling before the bullet rather than before the blaster is actually a neat little optimization there. If clearing the spikes with enough height is the thing I'm worried about. That may actually be an interesting correction to consider. Nope. You'd love to be a fly on the wall for Nintendo board meetings when they decided to name these enemies. Yeah, there's apparently a good story behind why each of the Koopalings were named after various musicians. Mostly from the 80s, except of course for Ludwig, named for Ludwig van Beethoven. Although perhaps the only time that has been relevant is Super Mario World itself. I mean, back then they had much fewer people on localization back when they were doing the manuals and end credits and such that named a lot of these elements in the game. And there have been a few changes over time. The one that I often think about is that I still think of note blocks as jump blocks because that's what they were until the early 2000s. I was investigating this, or at least asking somebody to investigate this for me a little while ago. And apparently, jump blocks don't really begin to be referred to in things like manuals as note blocks until the ports of the original games as Super Mario Advance for the GBA. Starting with the GBA era, people start calling them note blocks in the official materials. But I always knew them as jump blocks because that's what they were in any kind of English language print materials back in the era of SMB3 when they were introduced, and Super Mario World. Apparently they named a bunch of things after their lawyers and landlords, yeah. I mean, would you rather your lawyer or your landlord be named Cheep Cheep? Yet still Podoboo persists. Actually, Teramis, I believe that in the editor the voice will say Lava Bubble. I think Podoboo just tends to be much better remembered by the community than many of the other names that have since been deprecated. But I believe it was kind of officially redesignated Lava Bubble some time ago. And I'm still not used to that. I still think of Podoboos as Podoboos. Oh no, way too late. No. I think I need to get ahead of the spike top. I don't know, because looking at the water level there... You see, the issue is the way the spike top turns that corner. It always catches me off guard just how big a hitbox it has when it's facing right as it's turning. And that's the thing that I have failed to adjust to so far. Whoa. Once again, big miss. Teramis, you mean that people still use Podoboo despite having been dropped? Yeah, I'm trying to think of other examples like that. Terminator, we were having a conversation on probably one of the Maker 1 streams about who kind of popularized the whole Blowy Joey thing. Anyway, I actually never really heard it until Maker 2. But I think it was probably somebody like Panga or somebody in that crowd. One of the big streamers in Maker 1 who kind of really popularized that, which I'm thinking about how that would have happened because, of course, Twisters were only introduced to the Maker series in Maker 2, so it would have had to be something that came from the ROM hack community, perhaps. But I know that Panga is very commonly cited with that. I mostly started hearing it from Kavik, I think, because he calls them Blowy Joeys. That's one that I've never really adopted myself, but I guess that's what happens when you don't have 30 years of history, like the Podoboo. Or the jump block. But yeah, I'm trying to think of other renamings that would have happened like that. Generally, there has been some ambiguity introduced to things like Raccoon Suit versus Tanuki Suit, I guess. Okay, we go early. And miss. Actually, no, I think even as recently as NSMB 2, where there was the Raccoon Suit, it was just still a Raccoon Suit. Although the thing is, you have a bunch of games now where the Tanuki Suit operates pretty much like the old Raccoon Suit, and not like the original Tanuki Suit that gives you the statue form. Unless you are the Lucky Cat statue in 3D World and Bowser's Fury, which is the closest analog we've seen to the original Tanuki statue suits since its inception. And I'm trying to think of like any other classic renamings. Oh, of course, Goombas and Galoombas. That's one important one. The term Galoomba was not introduced until 3D World, I think. Because the Super Mario World style Goombas in Super Mario World were always just Goombas. Because the original style Goombas just didn't appear. Get in the water earlier off that spike top at the end. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I was trying to go earlier, and I thought I had succeeded in doing so. I just completely missed a cheat. So yeah, actually, other than note blocks, I think the most significant official renaming I can think of is that there's been some newfound clarity with the different types of Goomba. And you can totally understand why they did that now that, you know, both the original and the Super Mario World style of Goomba are in play once again, in the 3D series in particular. So, yeah, it seemed like a substantial number of the things people remember about SMB3 are extremely scarce, and that's what made them special in a way. That, you know, I think the manual would go out of its way to tell you about the Hammer Suit, and you basically don't see the Hammer Suit until that one very memorable location in the Ice World. In World 6, I believe. And then, of course, Karubo's Shoe, appearing just the one time in 5-3. I hear there are a number of other boot levels that are in the e-reader levels that were added to SMB3 in Super Mario Advance 4, which I would actually like to stream at some point. And which I believe will almost certainly be coming eventually when they add GBA games to the online service on Switch. I don't know if I'll wait for that. I think I may actually grab my own copy of Advance 4 on the Wii U. Because definitely one of the things I want to stream here at some point is the e-reader world. Because a lot of the underutilized elements of SMB3 apparently do make a comeback there. And yeah, the Tanuki statue had quite a lot of versatility to it. It was an extremely unique item. I didn't know it could crush swamps, actually, but I never really, you know, kind of played around with its full suite of interactions. You just get it for so little of the game. Okay, let's get over here. And yeah, whenever I see the Super Mario World style Goombas in the Super Mario World theme, I actually do still think of them as Goombas. by their original name. And that's a good point about the different fish as well. Paramus. Okay, so we're going to have the sinking synchronization between the blue platform and the water. We're entering what I will affectionately refer to as the Gilmore segment of the level. Gilmore's not here today, unfortunately. But I think anybody who has seen many of his levels knows exactly what I'm talking about. And of course, document levels, in many cases, are sort of known for their vertical descents as well. Whoops, gotta go faster. Whoop. Ground pound there would have been useful. I mean, it would have lined me up with that timing just fine. Yeah, there are a lot of interactions in original SMB3 that if you quiz me on them, I just wouldn't know the answer. Because when playing through SMB3 yourself, obviously there are things you can loot from the item chests and so on to mix things up, but in SMB3, for instance, when are you ever going to kill the Angry Sun, right? Like, when are you going to try interactions with the Angry Sun the way that you would do all over the place here in Mario Maker? And of course, Karibo's shoe doesn't work the same way either. It was a big shock to me the last time I replayed SMB3 to remember that you could only hijack the shoe from below. Even though that was always the kind of signature element of that level that made it unique. And exactly, Electrodude, I was also thinking about your lava level when it came to the kind of platform and fluid synchronization. I need to jump out of the water much sooner here. Floating stuff on descending water, exactly. It won't give us crates in this style, we'll just need to make our own. I went to the platform too soon. Did not manage to cut through to dry bones. One of the few instances of actually getting somewhere too soon, ever, over the course of playing this level. There we go. Okay. No, too slow, too slow. Okay, no, I almost made it. I'm a little bit behind. We do need to grab the shell and fire it afterwards. You see, having to hit the shoe from below was, as I was saying, probably one of the most memorable things about that mechanic when I originally encountered it. And it was just part of my base knowledge of SMB3 for ages, because the shoe was just one of my favorite things about the game. Given how unforgettable it is. But then, by that point, by the time I returned to SMB3 after a long time off, I had spent so much more time playing Mario Maker instead. Whoops. Fired the shell the wrong way, despite that throw indicator, one of the very few track indicators that we'll see in levels like this, but which, since you're activating something from long range, is going to be necessary here, I suppose. Oops. So the platform timing is working out a little better at least. I just don't want to get caught above the dry bones. Oh. Unless that happens. Yeah, twirling to reposition myself on the way down is actually going to be potentially useful. Jump, throw, Land on a platform. Yeah, that's the classic pitfall for me. Just remembering to hold a jump into the item release. Something that gets me all the time in Kaizo levels and their ilk. I don't think I'm supposed to just slide in there. I think I'm supposed to jump. But we'll see. Going to be a fairly lengthy adventure here, so... Yeah, I don't want to sink too low. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's going to work. I feel like I do have to jump. If you just skim the surface of the water without sinking too low, that solves a lot of problems. In terms of reducing the need for this one additional pedal as you change directions. So, a couple of nuances to the paddling mechanic that we'll have to work out as we go. Spent way too long smacking the dry bones there. Kind of feel like I should cancel out of that once I crush the dry bones. Just to get moving again on the platform before too long. Okay, so I do need to land on top of the shell, and then it's going to be a ground pound on top of the on-off switches on the other side. The shell will at that point bounce back, which is interesting. Looks like it's going to be a somewhat tight timing there, but we'll try to make it happen. Okay. Too slow. Interesting the way that shell is stopped and kept in suspension. That is part of the setup I didn't really notice visually. Didn't really get a good look at what happens to the shell once it bounces back from the on-off switches. So. It's okay, we just need to keep things nice and crisp. Oh, a little bit of bobbing on the water there as I landed on the platform. Not great. Yeah, once again, I really do need to fix my ground pound timing on the dry bones. It needs work. Yeah, I was skimming the surface once again, and that creates a huge issue there as I pick up the shell. I think it means I'm getting there too slowly. But we shall see. Yeah, much too slowly. The water should not be that low by the time I'm interacting with the shell. I need to pick it up quite a bit sooner. Yeah, delaying the ground pound is a good idea. Hitting the on-off switch accurately is also a good idea. Nope. Interesting the way the dry bones here kind of works as a timing check. No, too late on that after the release. We do need full momentum into the shell release to follow it. That's a tricky bit. Probably needed a slightly fuller jump going into that. I did let up into it. We've only successfully landed on that shell once so far, I think. There's quite a lot of stuff to read coming out of that. Once again, just not jumping or gauging jump height very well coming out of the water. I think I am supposed to jump after the water has already come below my feet then, because I don't want any kind of drag going into the shell release. That may be the thing I'm misreading in that particular location. Just understanding the timing here. And yeah, Olive, hopefully we'll get to you soon. If you do need to bail before we can get to you, then ideally we'll be able to catch you again next week. I know you've been on the stream and waiting in queue for quite some time, but that's just how things go with a pace of play sometimes. But yeah, hope we'll get to you. We do have a Terminator before you, I think, but we'll see how that goes. Whoa, too far that time. Wow, I can't believe I made it that time. Still too slow, though, coming out of this. You have to be extremely crisp. Game sound is dead. We'll fix that. Just give me one moment. Thanks for letting me know. We lasted quite a while without sound problems today, which is fortunate in its own way, but we'll see if it lasts. Nope. Once again, got caught by the drag. Nope. The water was still fairly high at that point, or maybe I was misreading that. Obviously, I just can't have any drag at all going into the jump that goes into the shell release, but timing gets a little bit tight after that, so... Yeah, you see, as I'm kind of running forward on that platform, as the water is intersecting with it from a certain level, I have just enough drag there that tells me that I'm just getting on that platform sort of in a bad timing pocket. I shouldn't even touch the platform until I'm forced to, like if I'm still partly submerged in water, it's too soon to lower it. No, I can't jump here, of course, because that's how it's going to go. Yeah, the shell is going to kind of skim. Very subtle use of a trick that we've seen in a number of levels with descending objects, falling water, and auto scroll. But yeah, since it's going to skim, the shell is going to make contact as it lowers. We need to rethink that whole pickup, I think. Whoops. And we'll see if we can make it happen. No, still making contact too soon. Yeah, minimize the amount of time in the water, exactly. I'm clearly activating the platform too early. I'm only skimming over the water and experiencing drag because the platform has fallen below it. And as you can see, yeah, if I'm making contact like that, I just don't get a run. So I should maybe twirl into that fall just to let the water sink a little bit lower. Definitely something that's going to require a bit more adjustment. Let's do a fuller jump here. And I'm much too late, once again. After the ground pound on the on-off switch, I'm a bit slow zigzagging down. And at that point I'm practically off camera, so I can tell how far behind I am. Oops, once again got caught on the ground pound. Yeah, there are certain areas where I should be stalling more than I've been doing. Whoa, where do I spin jump? I'm falling into the water and I have to spin jump out of that perhaps. Or twirl on the way down. I couldn't quite see what it was doing actually. Because it looked like I was supposed to veer to the left with a spin perhaps, but I didn't quite spot if that's going to begin. I was a little surprised by the turnaround there, after having quickly scrolled left to right in the segment just before that, so caught me a bit out of position. Rolling onto the shell was a good idea, yeah. Let's try spinning, that's a good trick. And yeah, getting a lot more time on the camera this time. Wait, no, wall jump. Okay, yeah, wall jump spin. I see it. I didn't look very carefully at the coin trail going towards the wall, but it's very clear what to do now. I just needed to look at it another time. Whoops. Yeah, once again, too much of a delay once it's out of the water. Yeah, I just didn't read that room very quickly. But now it's quite clear what I have to do to convert back into a spin. Oh, big gains there. Suddenly lost because I missed the on-off. Switch. And if you're paying attention, you can tell that you are still dealing with the spike balls that you saw just before that Terminator. I don't think it's so much of an issue. It's just that it's a very quick series of interactions, and it can just catch you off guard if you haven't been paying as much attention to your visual field around the jumps that you've been making. Like, you know that the spike balls are there. What's this all about? Goomba and then wall jump. And then you time yourself around a piranha or just spin jump on top of the pipe. So if the piranha is out, you spin on top of it. Okay, I understand it. We've seen what there is to see of this segment. I think the clear will come before too long. You wonder if I could make it under the water there. I don't know which segment you're talking about. Let's try to go back to it and see if I, whoops, understand once I stop cutting so many corners. Okay, up we go. Forgot what I did previously with the twirled by time. We need to remember that. No, it was very clear what to do with the dry bone segment with the Goomba at the very end before the wall jumps that take you up the left side. I just didn't manage to do it very accurately. A little too worried about that ceiling. And yeah, if you just don't spend time submerged in that segment there and then go immediately into the spin. I'm a little late, as you can see, but you can kind of get a sense of what adjustments need to be made. Nope, once again, too much drag. We need a higher jump in the first place, which always feels a little bit risky because of the way that I'd be basically going to the top right corner of the camera and probably going off camera. Whoops. I'm probably going off camera disturbingly often. That's what happens when you have downward scroll, though. That's the main thing that you are contending against with the player. As the player. Whoops. Nope, you can't miss the ground pound. Missing anything like that is too much of a loss. Kind of interesting what the spiny stack is doing at the beginning as a timing control mechanism. I actually haven't quite discerned its exact purpose yet, but in terms of the force delay that is imposing. Oh, nope, too low. Landed in the water. I need to keep above the water if I want to get the wall slide going. I probably could have still salvaged that by jumping out of the water towards the wall to get the wall slide, but I reacted to that a little bit too late. Whoops. I think we have the right idea, though. Very roughly. Nope, too much bobbing. The spiny stack isn't doing much other than adding some back and forth action. I suppose so. I mean, it gives you the choice to spin or just jump over it to keep you on your toes as you get into the rhythm of this segment. I guess you can spare the entities. Whoops. Once again, we need to buy a little bit more airtime here. I do keep forgetting. Okay, actually, getting enough space to hit the on-off switches this time. Get some veer left, quickly. Nope, was trying to make up for lost time there, and then the spike balls fell a little bit low for me. I could tell I was behind just from, once again, the vertical scroll on the camera as I was getting around to the on-off switch on the right side. You have to make a couple of corrections here. Yeah, once again, too early on the pound. It's going to be a ground pound. I could just give myself a bit more extra height on that jump right here. I mean, not that much height, obviously. We do need to course correct before I hit the wall on the left. Okay, much better. The water skim there is going to work out well, and then we're going to hit the on-off switch. Okay, going to get here with plenty of time to spare this time. Much better, in fact. Checkpoint 2. No. That's a win. Well, thank you for that, Document. Very satisfying to figure that one out. Definitely a few segments where, to make it work at all, the timing was kind of confined on both sides. Couldn't go too early, which was frequently a bit of an issue if I wasn't getting full height on my jumps. But in the end, we figured it out, and unfortunately, we do not have the 1:30 time that I'm sure Jay Murren was also playing on stream, if I know... well, I know he was on already when I was getting on earlier, so congratulations to him. We are not, in fact, tied for first. Fantastic level, highly recommended. Let's mark it as a win. Thank you to Document for the level, and Terminator for the extreme patience in waiting for so long since your nice and early submission today. Let's pull it up. Yeah, Document, always happy to catch up on some of your latest work. I'm actually a few levels behind with you, in fact. So hopefully we'll be able to catch up to a couple of those soon enough. In general, I just haven't been on Mario Maker very often lately, so I'm a bit behind with everybody. Very new upload with Living on the Edge bonus. A high clear rate, but it is going to be probably some kind of puzzle dungeon, so we will need to solve some things without being excessively killed along the way. Let's take a look. Expecting a lot of nice, gentle resets to botched interactions here. Ah, it's an off-screen level. Okay. It's an off-screen level where you jump to hit on-off switches, and so I need to bounce the sword by timing how I'm going to kill it here. because that affects its spawn. At that time, yeah, okay, I kill it with a precise timing to move it over to the note block to dunk to P. Let's say middle going down. Nope, not quite. So yeah, picking the time to kill the sword is the thing we have to do here, and we just need to sort of guess the timing window until we find one that works, I think. There we go. I think it was practically by accident that I managed to get that, but we are through. I don't think the on-off state will matter too much, given that we need to reset the sword with good timing anyway, coming into next segment here. Okay, that's gonna bounce. I think we need to reset it. I see. No, because we need to kill the trampoline such that it lands a little bit higher. We want the trampoline to be available on top of the blue blocks, perhaps. I'll see if I can make my meaning clear here. No, that's going to be much too late. It does need to spring its way back up, but then what do we do? Let's see. I want to fire the trampoline towards the one-way panel with a timing that will allow it to make contact with a sword in that location. It's the only way it's going to get over. It does need to bounce the sword over the red block, I think. Yeah, the sword is just going to cycle around if we leave it in this location. Oh, and it does eventually cycle like that. Okay, we need to think about this then. Yeah, on the second bounce around, it actually completely misses, so we need to get it on the first bounce here. Like this. Maybe not quite like that. But the idea is that I do want the sword to be bounced by the trampoline instead. I don't know about that. Because really, I don't see a way to get it all the way over, but we'll find out how to do it. Oh, that took forever. That's okay, we just need to spawn the spring much earlier. It takes quite a while to happen. Yeah, I want to land right here, so it bounces over top. I'll just need to find the delay timing. It is going to be a little bit of trial and error as we figure out where the destruction is going to happen. That's much too early, obviously. Yeah, sometimes there's too much of a delay after the blaster kills it, and I don't know if I can get it to behave systematically. Like maybe when a sword is going this way, then we kill. That is late. Maybe when we make contact right here. Like that. Still late. So then it's going to be before it makes contact. No, except if you do that, then it springs right away. Yeah, it's I don't know about this. This bit here, like, I don't feel like I can see the pattern in a way that does not feel like trial and error. Because it looks like there was a little bit of variance in how long it takes for the next trampoline to come out, and so from a planning perspective, it's a little bit tricky. Like, it's going to bounce back, and if we try to kill it now, it's going to bounce immediately, right? Give me one, come on. No, it's going to be late. You see, sometimes it goes instantly, sometimes it just doesn't. I don't see a system behind it. Because if you do it early, then it springs right away, but I don't know why. I don't know what the issue is there. Where if I compensate for its position before it hits the trampoline, then, oh, you see, now it's going to be too late. If I even make a minor adjustment before that, it just comes out much too soon. Nope, too late. Nope, and it comes out instantly, which is not what I want. So if there's a particular way to read this, I just don't see it. I don't need to kill this. But then why would it snap instantly like that? Maybe as I make contact, but then now it's going to take forever, you see? Yeah, I don't see how I can determine the timing just given the variation in when the blaster is going to act. I'm clearly supposed to catch it in midair. I don't see any other possibility for it, but... unless I am supposed to catch it on a second cycle. Maybe I'm supposed to just tap it in such a way that you just get one additional block. Let me see. Yeah, that happens when the spring is at the very bottom of the track. Okay, no, we know how to do it. And we bounce it down low like this. Pretty understandable. Here's the issue, is with this next one here. I don't know if it's an entity limit issue or something. I can't imagine it would be, but... like, the timing of the blaster is a huge issue right now because I can't seem to find that sweet spot that'll just work. Oh, no, that works. Okay. So I was thinking about it the wrong way all along. But now we have the solution. Okay, okay, that took too long. Much, much too long. But we have it. No, now we need to push with the claws in the right alignment. Okay, there we go. Probably didn't want to kill the sword at the end, but we got it. Here's some Bowser fire for you. And so, yeah, this is just finding a particular bounce pattern that's going to be synchronized. Tracks are of equivalent length. Once again, it is going to be a little bit trial and error. We're just going to try different starting positions with the left track. We'll just try it one track at a time until something works. And of course we have to be mindful of the trampoline on the right side as well. Would we just do it dead center? No. Nope. Okay. Now we need that to be carried to the left. I'm just trying to think about how to get the sword to actually bounce to the left there. I think we would need... well, it's going to bounce against the wall, right? So... P-block would stop the conveyor, but we wouldn't want to do that necessarily. Whoops. No, we want to carry that on top of the spring, maybe. Okay, let's try to find timing here. Trying different track patterns until we find one that works. But unfortunately, the spawn timing on the bullet blaster often has something to say about that. There we go. Now we'll drop this on top. At this point, there we go. And then we just raise the platform and then we dunk. Okay, great. That was pretty satisfying, just to understand the one-tile overlap. Hold up, probably because of an exit door. And there we go, that's going to take me to a pipe. That's not completion yet. Perhaps it's close. Bonus. We'll do it. Checkpoint here in case you should nuke yourself. Okay. A lot of leftover budget to just nuke every Koopaling along the way, I suppose. Alright, thanks for that. Some interesting ideas. Some of the initial timings feel a little bit trial and error, but once we got the right solutions lined up, they kind of intrinsically felt a lot more correct than when we were just kind of guessing mindlessly. I don't know that there is much a way to perhaps make this less timing dependent. One way would be if the objects are kind of spawned onto a controlled location first, so you're not dependent on the timing of objects appearing from blasters, but rather you blast them out first, like the Master Sword for instance, and set them up in such a way that the timing would release them when you hit the on-off switch, perhaps. Because that way, at least the player has a better idea of controlling the initial movement based on something you can actually see, so you don't need to do as much guessing. But other than that, I think the rooms themselves, as far as a sort of Mario off-screen level, worked pretty well. So let's mark that as a win, and let's go on. To whoever remains, Oily Olive said they were getting off for a shower or something earlier. Let's see if they're still here. And we'll see if you can check in. I think they may have ditched. In which case, let's actually see my list here to see who's remaining. R2-D2, Bra, Hunter, Deadvod's Dexterity. I believe R2-D2 is here, so we will... Yep, and you are indeed, so... Let's move on. And yeah, as usual, I took way too long per level, so it's totally understandable that many people who submitted were not able to stay for this session. But once again, if we have a lot of dropouts, then perhaps I can open up for 1 or 2 more newcomers at the end. Ocarina of Time, Lost Woods. Ah yes, new version, I think. So let's take a look and see how it goes. So yeah, we might reopen for new people at the end if we have tons of drops, as I expect we might. So for instance, Taramis, if you wanted to see the low-budget puzzle play-tested, we may be able to fit that in. But we'll see how we do after the auto music level that we just lowered the clear rate on spectacularly. It is an auto level, let's not press buttons. Let's just listen. Oh yes, that's right, last week you gave me Kokiri Forest. That's why I was mixing up the two. And the cat paws are kind of a nice touch here. THX 1138. Got a second segment first, though. Dying carelessly on your auto level. So much for seeding it into endless easy. And not going to be avoiding that flag, so let's mark that one complete. Okay, thank you for that, R2-D2. Thanks for waiting so patiently just to see a quick Luma music track. Let's check attendance for whoever remains. If we only have dropouts at this point, I will reopen to anybody who has not submitted yet. Because we should have time to do at least a few more, I think. Ra, it does not appear to be here. We'll just go down the list. Hunter, I think, is long gone, but once again, if Twitch is not giving me an accurate representation, you let me know. And just intervene as needed. Dead VODs. And R2-D2, you're thinking of making Zelda's Lullaby next? Yeah, you might as well just cover the whole game at this point. I mean, it's a very popular series of selections, but no harm in cracking it anyway. Olive, I will play yours, actually. I've removed yours because we missed yours briefly, but I will actually let you back in, Olive, in just a moment, since we have a bunch of dropouts. Okay, so I'm going to open, first of all, for Olive. Olive, do resubmit your code. And anybody who has not already been in today, you're quite welcome to submit as well. Because we should have time for a little more. So I'll just leave it open for a bit longer in case we have anybody who wants to jump in. And yeah, Taramis, that's about what I was expecting. Low-budget grocery store puzzle. We'll fire this up and we'll probably just close it back up from there after giving people a little bit of room to jump in. You want to see either Mush, Get Over It, or Vine Dancing. Let's take a look at what this is. Vine Dancing is a schmoovin' level. Mush, Get Over It. It's one where you get a mush over it. Let's do Vine Dancing. That looks like it might be quite an interesting change here. And yeah, Terminus, early playtests are always welcome. Alright, let's close up for now. Just in case I can't get through this. But we'll see how we do. Defeating all 6 piranha plants? Yeah, we'll do that. Looks like we're supposed to bop it with the vine, if I'm not mistaken, since this is SMB 1 after all, and we won't be holding any objects. I think we need to... Huh. Something left, right. Oh, I see. We need to project like this. Now that's interesting. That we just bop like that, yeah. Okay, that's a fun mechanic. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, okay, and then now we're under time pressure. But it's going to be fairly quick, just 6 piranhas. Game Audio made a dramatic exit. Game Audio has had enough of you people. And didn't realize we reopened a queue. Give me one moment, we'll fix it. Luckily, Game Audio got us through the music level just now. I certainly hope so, anyway. A couple streams ago, we were playing Super Korean World, which I do highly recommend, by the way. And one of the music makers, probably RBC, had this wonderful Doraemon music level. And I realized at the end that I actually did have partly distorted audio while I was playing, which was very unfortunate because it was quite a treat to listen to. Oops. Alright, we had to punch a lot more accurately with the rest. Interesting concept. The auto-scroll really does push you right off the bat, though. Not much time for correction. Once again, I'm just dropping off the vine prematurely while I'm trying to adjust position. Maybe I shouldn't be attempting to kill the second small piranha from that position, but it did look like the best place to go, so... Wow, auto-scroll really pushes you here. Nope, we can probably bust that guy. Maybe there's a reset door. I don't think so, though, given what I saw of the entrance. That's okay, we'll just learn this as we go first. If I miss a few, that's fine, we'll just try to practice. Yeah, no, there's no way to get back. I can see that now. So, accuracy is important. Oops. Unfortunately, that's not what we have right now. That's okay, we'll move on and we'll just try to see what the rest is here. Is it at least 6? No, it's all 6. Which means we'll need to do a lot better. Instead of just dropping off of vines whenever and wherever. Nope, just missing. The height is clearly marked too. I'm just not doing a very good job of hitting it. And yeah, I could tell that was the end, just given that you have only 6 on the clear condition and all 6 are accounted for. It was pretty clear to me at that point. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, not a lot of time to get into action once the auto-scroll starts up past the door. I feel like getting into position for the first hit is one of the harder things here. Whoops. Yeah, it's these 3 piranhas on screen and one more at the end over the door. The auto-scroll really pushes you aggressively. That first hit. Nope. Yeah, you do need a bit of pressure. It's just that it's not the scrolling speed that's the issue. It's that there's not much reaction time to get in position for the first hit. Like, the level starts up past the door a little bit quickly. The speed itself is fine. But as you can see, you kind of get crunched by the screen boundary right away when you spawn in. And I wonder if the spawn position is actually part of the issue, like whether you're spawning too far into the left of the level when starting from a more centralized position might have worked out better. Come on, give me something. Oh, yeah, no, the snowball remained alive, I guess, and so that's okay, we got it. And we need to jump a higher position there. So we were on pace to clear that time, despite having a few misses. Luckily, several of the planets are reachable from both sides. So if we overshoot, that's not quite the end of the world. Well, some of the time anyway. This one we'll need to catch. Yeah, sometimes some snowballs just remain alive for too long. It's nice to have alternatives. Oh, that's a nice bounce on a snowball, just very unexpected. Would have been very helpful had I reacted to that success. Yeah, so if I miss a deflection on a snowball and it remains alive for a while, I do need to be aware of it. Oh, whoops, missed it. Missed it again. Got it. Okay, back on pace, despite all the difficulties along the way. Okay, yeah, I'm supposed to hit that into the switch, and then... Whoops. Just trying to whack that. Nope, not quite. Nope. There we go. We can probably do it from this position too. And there we are. Interestingly enough, you could actually get over here without toggling the on-off switch. Yeah, if you just whack the big snowball into the piranha and then jump on top of the small snowball, the on-off switch gives you a safety net, but is otherwise redundant, so. Big physics work differently? Yeah, we can see that. Anyway, yeah, we're nowhere close to speed strat, obviously, but interestingly enough, you've got a minute clear check time on this, and somebody did figure out in 30 seconds, so. So much for that. And thank you for the level. Let's move on to last one in the queue for now. Oh, did I even plug that in? I didn't plug that in. Let's mark that as a win, and then plug it in. I always make that mistake when I reopen. I see the codes come in, and I forget to actually register them in the bot. Not that it makes much of a difference, except for the display at the top of your screen. Low-budget grocery store puzzle. Mario can only carry one grocery bag at a time through the door. Paper or plastic? Toadette, however, will be subject to the same restrictions. So, there are 3 question blocks which will have to be busted with a spiny hat. And you need a P-switch active when you drop through the door in order to do that. Maybe. That's what's indicated in the bottom right, that you need spiny helmet and P-switch. On the top right, what we see is that if I'm able to ignite the bomb, that would toggle the on-off switch. I actually don't know what the top right is telling me. Let's just play the puzzle and see. Because unless I have something like Fire Yoshi, I'm not actually hitting that bomb. And hitting the bomb doesn't do anything except toggle the on-off switch for no reason. One possible way to do that is if I come back out in this room and shoot fire at it from here, perhaps. But I think it's just an indication of the objects that are involved. 6 budgeted items. Oh, I see. Okay. I've been seeing the low-budget puzzle tag, but I don't actually know precisely what the restrictions are, so that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't know... I haven't actually read the rule set for this one. I just know that the contest exists. Okay, so this is the budget. Wait, let's take a look at the budget again, then. It is... yeah. Everything is accounted for here. Off switch, muncher, bomb, spiny hat, P, POW. POW being on the top left, if you can see that under the coins. Alright, the objective here. Let's pop out here again. Is to enter the door with the P-switch either activated or in hand. It would have to be activated, in fact, because we... oh, unless we hit the question block and drop it. I think we may, in fact, hit the question block and drop it. We want spiny hat and P-switch in the end, and we want to exit the door on the right side, which currently has nothing underneath it. But eventually that could change, especially if you drop a POW, for instance, onto that location or create some kind of stack. Let's check the note block to see what this is. Nothing, okay. Hence budget. POW would get rid of the muncher and give you the spiny hat. Spiny hat is something that we would be able to pick up. And if you fire the spiny hat, can we afterwards retrieve it? We'd have to be very careful if we did so, because, for example, spiny hat, let's say you throw it over here, hits the question block, you'd have to be really quick about catching it, like this. Or you just throw it and slip to the left and let it fall on your head, maybe. All question blocks contain vines. Well, I can tell, actually, because of the door. That would be required in order for the reset to work. Okay, so... checkpoint on the puzzle, of course, is going to preserve the on-off state. Because once we hit off to on, then we can save, and then it will respawn in that position. So, our first priority should be to figure out how to activate the on-off switch. Interestingly enough, after the on-off activation, we should expect, because we're responding from checkpoint, that all items will be available, except perhaps... let's take a look at some of the spawning positions here, whether the muncher, for instance, spawns from the red block and drops in. It does. So, this is important. Because at the point that you are respawning from the checkpoint, you know the puzzle is at a state where the muncher will not spawn. You therefore know that getting rid of the muncher is something that's going to happen before the on-off interaction. Maybe. That might not actually be the case, because an on-off switch followed by coming out here... Yeah, there's no state reset there, so... It's quite possible that's not the case, because you can just reset... no, because the on state... Well, off to on is a one-way function. You can't actually turn on back off. And yeah, you have a good night, Willie Olive. Thanks for coming by and submitting the level. The donut blocks look like they are here probably just for delay purposes. The P-switch cannot be activated before you've had a chance to grab the Spiny Hat. Let's say hello to B Minutes, who has just come in with a party of 9. I suppose it is your Smash Arena day, if I recall correctly, so hopefully that went well, and welcome everybody who has come in, whether you are new to the stream or returning. Hallelujah Robert, Moss Presents, Clockwork Jules, Topaz Turnip, and Sumik 007. Yeah, we're pretty much on the last level that I will be playing today, but we might take a while on it, given that it is a puzzle. Hope you folks have been enjoying the smashing experience over at the B Minutes Theater. Alright, let's think about this now. We know that on-off switch is going to disable the Muncher for the second half of the level. We know that the P-switch is going to drop the bomb, but that the P-switch, once activated, can actually be respawned once you reload into the room. And B Minutes, thank you so much for the renewal of the subscription. Poor Kraid versus Poor Ridley. They're both pretty funny. Now, the bomb, interestingly enough, disappeared on me. Why? Let's take a look. I came in here with the P-switch still active because of the door reset. The bomb drops in from that location. Let's... oh, because the bomb spawns over here and walks onto the conveyor belt. If the P-switch is active, the bomb is disabled. So, P-switch and door reset will probably be something important here that we need to account for. Also, yeah, this is a required climb. Probably a D-cheese is something, I don't know what, but we'll find out soon enough. Okay, so, P-switch is going to give me access to the bomb if I stay here in this room. So the next question is, why do I want access to the bomb? This isn't going to get me nearly high enough, right? Didn't think so. Gets you reasonably close, but not quite. No, bomb, I actually want to walk it over here and probably drop it onto this block. And that'll probably give me the on-off switch right away. Let's do that. Okay, P-switch. Yeah, the bomb is the only actual object we can carry so far. Notice that the P-switch loses the POW until we respawn through this door, so... Oh, there's nothing that spawns there, okay. I don't know what I was expecting, like maybe a spike ball or something. Oh, no, because we actually want the bomb to walk down there and be within detonation range. In order to do that, we need to block the ceiling above it. Don't we? Well, let's think about that. So, in order to send... Well, we've got a couple of choices, in fact. Because... What else can the bomb interact with? Let's think about this. If you up throw it, It's not actually going to stay there. But if you up throw it, that actually hits the POW. That's the other thing the bomb interacts with. That gives you access to the Spiny Hat. The Spiny Hat may give you the correct kind of shell deflection to skip the note block and hit the on-off switch down below. So we're going to do up throw with the bomb, except we have an issue here in that there is an item check if you reset through the door. So having killed off the POW, we have a bit of a problem. No, we don't. There is no item check. Let's do the up throw. Okay. I thought there was an item check, probably because I was looking at a track that is actually just a door blocking piece. So, no, we know what to do. It's going to be P. Whoops. I said it's going to be P. Followed by bomb through the door, up throw into the POW. So we're going to hot potato it. Up throw into the POW, then you grab the spiny shell as a shell and use that to activate the on-off switch. Oh, come on. Except up throws into one tile slots are often not going to be very cooperative. Notice the question block up top as well. That's an interesting touch that we have not yet considered. Yeah, being able to hot potato this is important. Notice that we can regain the bomb. I don't know why would we want to do that. Oh, okay, okay. POW kills the spiny shell. I forgot about that. That's... We now don't have access to anything. But if we hit the P switch, notice. Okay, no. Notice nothing. I was about to say, yeah, I guess you're not allowed to stand here with the P switch active because you wouldn't be able to get in. Otherwise, you could, with timing, just wind up on top of the P block and then traverse the top of the level, which seems very specifically disallowed. Interestingly enough, with everything kind of down like this with the POW, what can we do now with the POW having been activated that we couldn't before? Well, I was hoping we could grab the helmet, so we might need to move it somehow, or after re-grabbing the bomb from the up throw, perhaps there's something else we can use it with. Yeah, that's just a vine, we know that. Well, let's think about this here. We know we can hit that, and yeah, I thought that this is specifically here probably to prevent the up throw on a bomb. It seemed like that was the case. Because otherwise you would be able to destroy the question block and drop the P switch and make it into a usable piece. Being minutes, we are going to bring up 144 in just a moment. I suppose that is likely the one that you got through today, which means you're very close to the big finale. Let's acknowledge that reward. As you may be able to tell from my stream title, I've been going through tons of Star Trek lately, and one of the finest pleasures of returning to Star Trek in adulthood is recognizing all of the Shakespeare. And there is tons of it. Anyway, here's sonnet number 144. Two loves I have of comfort and despair, which, like two spirits, do suggest me still. The better angel is a man right fair, the worser spirit a woman coloured ill. To win me soon to hell, my female evil tempteth my better angel from my side, and would corrupt my saint to be a devil, wooing his purity with her foul pride. And whether that my angel be turned fiend, suspect I may, yet not directly tell, but being both from me, both to each friend, I guess one angel in another's hell. Yet this shall I never know, but live in doubt, till my bad angel fire my good one out. Thank you for that, B-Minutes. I think that one is actually new to me, in terms of not having read it previously on stream. Okay, so the objective here still is to activate the on-off block. I was hoping to do it with the shell, picking up the shell and firing it. The main issue, though, is that we're currently doing that by hitting the POW and killing the Muncher, which is blocking my way. But using the POW to kill the Muncher also kills the Spiny Shell. You can prevent the Muncher from spawning if you have already switched from off to on rather, but that's what we're trying to do in the first place, so it will not be that. This is assuming that I want to take the shell and fire it to get the deflection to go around the note block and swivel down to the on-off switch. I could always be wrong about that. It could always be the case that maybe I am supposed to mitigate the note block somehow and use the bomb down there instead, which currently looks kind of implausible, but you never know. A spin jump will not get me there. The bomb. Donut blocks. We haven't really made much use of this whole mechanism here. If you have the switch set to on already, what you can do is fire something over here to hit the block and drop the P, probably once again the Spiny Shell. And then you can use that to carry the P-switch with you, probably through the reset door, and then grab the Spiny Shell at the very end. Once again, that's once you have switched the on-off switch already. Yeah, it looks like you take the Spiny Shell, you fire it over here, it drops the P, you pick up the P, you reset through the door, you come back, P plus Spiny Shell. Well, there will be some other sequence in there, but roughly that's what we'll eventually be thinking about once we are, in fact, in the on state. We need to get there first. The door resets, which has no item check, is going to be a critical part of this. Currently, what do we know how to do with the bomb? We know how to hit the POW. We know how to bounce the bomb over here for no good reason. We know also that if the bomb destroys this block, then we're able to get here with the P-switch having been activated. No. Logically that doesn't work, because the P-switch traps the bomb here for that very reason, that after destroying this block on a particular session through this room, the P-switch will already have been activated, and it won't be available. One thing to keep in mind is that wearing the Shelmet takes it off the board and should respawn the shell. I think. I'm reconstructing my experience with this game off the top of my head, which does not always go well. Okay, so far, what do we have in terms of a first move? First move appears to be P-switch, bomb, and bomb through the door. Always a possibility that we have a bit of tunnel vision here. We need to be aware of that. Also, if we can block the bomb somehow, perhaps we can... I mean, I shouldn't rule out a possibility of walking the bomb down to the on-off switch, but I just don't know how that's going to happen when we don't have anything we can currently use as a blocking piece to follow it up. I don't know what I was saying before the timeout, but as I was saying something. Okay, what does the bomb get me? The bomb also allows me to hit the block now. Oh, the block contains a vine. I can probably climb it if that is somehow obstructed. If I can get the vine to spawn down instead. I can get the vine to spawn down if the P-switch is active. Now that's interesting. You can get the vine to come down from the block if the P-switch is active when you hit it. The problem with that, of course, is the hot potato interaction. That I think the bomb will detonate too soon for me to do the sequence the way I want, which is activate a P-switch, reset the room, activate another P-switch. Oh, maybe you can. I'm going to try it. We're going to grab the bomb. We're going to hot potato it, hit the P-switch quickly enough so I can reset the bomb again. We're going to drop the bomb, hit the P-switch again, reclaim the bomb. Nope, too late. I have to drop quickly. I think I can do it, though. I think it's absolutely doable. I think it's absolutely doable. You hit 2 consecutive P-switches. You reset the bomb timing. You hit the question block on the top left. With an up throw. It's a tight timing, but if I drop off the vine quickly, I think it's doable. Hot potato. I have to set down the bomb right away. Nope, too late. Once again, I actually have to drop. I don't even know if this is anywhere close to correct or if I'm just imagining a cheese with a question block on the top left. But we're going to try it anyway just to see if it works. But I must take the bomb through the door twice if I'm able to do this. It looks like the timing is tight, but once again, within reach if I just drop accurately instead of climbing after the P-switch. No. Once again, accidental climb at the very end there, which is purely an execution mistake. But I do want to see if I can do this, whether it's part of the intended solution or not. Because it is something unique that you can do with the item respawn logic in this particular puzzle, so. Once again, set down a bomb as soon as we come back in, then we'll go up. Nope. Hang on. That's okay, let's just reset the room. Basically, I need to go up, hit the P, drop down, grab the bomb, and go. It totally is doable. It doesn't take the entirety of the bomb detonation timing to do that, or at least it shouldn't. Just need to drop the bomb right away and go for it. No, it's a miss. It's just execution heavy enough that I think that actually suggests to me it's not the answer, but from a playtesting perspective, it's necessary to try this. I believe it can be done. That's the important thing here. Just grab the bomb, you reset it once again. Can't possibly be that tricky. Wow. Always going a little prematurely there with the jump. Maybe the timing uses 2 blocks here specifically to cheese-proof it, but it is too worth trying not to overlook, so... Or rather, it's important that I don't overlook this. It's just too promising, except for this corner here. Let's try it again. Oh, I didn't even need to reset that round, did I? Yeah, I guess I did, because I grabbed the bomb already. Hang on. Head bumps are my bane in this game. Drop down instantly, grab the bomb. Can't be that hard. Really cannot be that hard. Drop the bomb, up the vine. Oh, nope. Missed a door. I had it. I had the timing. It totally works. I just missed a door. You hit the vine, and then that allows you to climb up to the left side, which does not get you to POW block because it would have been destroyed at that point, but it does get you to top question block, which is probably nothing, given that all the items in the puzzle budget are accounted for at this point. Okay, there we go. Finally got it. Now we get the up throw. Come on. Yeah, a couple of things we need to fix if we want to do it this way. Once again, too promising not to try. Reset this. Let's get the up throw this time. Got plenty of time to try it. Throwing accuracy could use some work. We've done it before. You'll want to move a bit to the left before dropping the bomb so you don't need to wrap around. Yeah. I'm just trying to adjust to whatever. Yeah, because originally I was thinking, oh, if I just pick up the bomb, I can just enter right away. But the bomb is actually just far enough that I can't quite do that smoothly. I didn't realize that until I tried it, so... I don't want to kick it by mistake, though. Like I was saying, if I do make a mistake like that, I should just reset through the room directly. But let's try it again. The way I'm thinking about this is not even so much what is the tightest timing, but rather what is most liable to fall to carelessness. And so I'm just trying to find reliable movements if I can. That's a reliable movement. Now let's stand. And look at that, the POW actually does appear in this location. So, progress. I thought the POW actually spawned on top here, and I was mistaken. I didn't realize the POW does become available to me. Now, this is significant progress, because it means that I suddenly have the POW available when I reset into the room. It also means that if I do the up throw again, well, we have potentially two objects to stack here. Okay, as I was saying, we now know how to access the top part of the level, but we're not going to be exiting anyway until we have already toggled the on-off switch. So, we can use the POW potentially as a blocking piece here. Although, with a bomb drop, that's not actually going to get me what I want. So let's think about what the POW can get me after a room reset. It's not going to get me up here either. I think we need to do the room reset to understand what we can accomplish with it. It's not going to be a direct hit on the Muncher either. But I kind of get the sense that using the POW to constrain a position or to manipulate the bomb, for instance, by walking it over, might be useful here, because then you can just kind of follow the bomb with this and block it, perhaps. Oh, let's try it. I think walking the bomb over is one possibility. The issue, though, is that you would then need to hit the bomb somehow afterwards, because we don't have ignition at that point. Yeah, I feel like eventually we will need to take care of the Muncher using the on-off switch, not using the POW. Anyway, as we know from previous experience, P-switch... Oh, also notice that now that the POW is out of the way, I can still do an up throw in this location in order to get a vine to give me access up top. We don't have a reason to do it right now, but we'll consider all options. So for example, let's say I block... Nope, that's not a block. Also, we should consider what happens if I spawn into this room holding a POW but with the P switch activated. Let's say we leave the POW over here. The bomb is going to cycle back and forth. But then, what if I follow it? Whoops, that's not following it. and then kind of constrain it this way as it's going down. I don't think I could do that without accidentally hitting the bomb, though. I kind of doubt it. But if we constrain it like this, then what's its falling pattern? We should try it. And we'll see what we can get done. Nope. Bad idea. Would not really have worked anyway. It's not going to fall into the lower location, and it's also not ignited at that point. I wonder if we walk the bomb over here and then bop it like that with the note block from above, whether that would give it the kick we need for the on-off switch. It looks like it's probably the best option. If we can somehow direct the bomb down there and just kind of push it and get it around this corner. Because currently I don't see how the spiny shell is reachable before we have toggled the on-off switch. Which then implies to me that it is not going to be the mechanism that's used to activate it through some kind of deflection on the right side. We do want the bomb instead to be the thing that is eventually going to get us to the on-off switch. We have 30 seconds to try it on this attempt. We're not going to get it. But we have the sequence to get the POW, which is significant progress. Nope, that's never going to do it. We'd need to constrain it pretty much directly as it's going down the note block. I don't think that's doable without accidentally hitting the bomb. I don't think that's going to be the answer. But let's redo the puzzle as we've seen it so far, because I do think that we've made a significant amount of progress. Okay. Same idea as before. We're going to do the double activation of the door. Want Potato to bomb through twice in order to have access to the POW. Now that I've done it and now that I see the POW spawning position, this really does feel correct. This sequence here. The timing does feel right. And in fact feels fairly comfortable. Yeah, the bomb, of course, will just be usable that once. I wonder if there would be a reason to drop in through the right side. I don't think so. So now we have the POW on this run. I don't think it's going to be of any further use to me here. Because activating it kills both of these. Doesn't really get me what I want. Okay. So now that we have the POW. So the first thing I'm considering is it possible to get the spiny hat before on-off switch? I don't think so. The conveyor here is interesting as well. The P-switch, of course, would stop the conveyor, but right now I don't know what else that's going to do for me. I think it must be some kind of bomb deflection. Using the POW to constrain it somehow to make sure that positionally you can walk it down. Now, how would we do that? Because I'm thinking, like, if you can get the bomb to walk this corner. Currently, that's not going to happen. Interestingly enough, taking the POW through means that I can hit the vine up here with an up throw without nuking everything else. However, at this point, nuking everything else is not actually a big deal, right? We're not using the spiny hat yet on the same attempt. Donut blocks. No, I think, once again, eventually this is going to be a firing location for the spiny shell after on-off has been toggled. So currently, this is the big mystery, is how do we walk the bomb down? We perhaps shouldn't give up on just constraining this until we've tried it, but the thing is, the bomb's going to go down so quickly, I don't know if we can actually tail it down this way and like stand on top of red, maybe, and block. I think the bomb is actually going to slip around the side, as we saw earlier, if we try to do this half-tile block this way. We should try it. I shouldn't just rule that out. But it is imperative that the bomb takes a walk. Oh, no. That was almost it, actually. Let's just reset through this room. I think the timing does work out. You can potentially block it if you stand at a good location, then drop. It looks like it is doable, which means we should try it until we get it. Let's constrain it on this side first, and then we follow the bomb through without killing it. We killed it. Okay. It should be possible to block it. And one moment. Let's do a quick fix here. Block the bomb. Follow the bomb. Nope, it's going to go around. I wonder if positionally I just need to go further. Like, stand right here. That looks fairly precise, but it's the best idea we have so far. And the timing does work. There is enough of a leeway to do that without outright killing the bomb. We actually want to give ourselves as much room as possible to let it walk over, so I can reposition and not do that. And that is why there is a checkpoint in this level, so we can get past the time-consuming interactions that potentially lead to errors. Hang on. Hang on. Lots and lots of execution issues. Let's set it down first. And then we grab it. Then we follow it. Nope. If it's walking directly back, yeah, we saw earlier that it just walks back through the middle if the POW is placed in this position. I don't know if it's just a positional issue or if we can do something else with it. Let's see. Like, while I'm repeating this interaction, I'm thinking about the alternatives that we may be able to try. Nope. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be it at this point. It's just much too fussy to try to block it when even a half tile off is going to allow it to pop through, so I do not think that's going to be it. And we also hadn't determined how we were going to do the ignition after that as well. It might just be a little bit of tunnel vision for this particular sequence here. We know that's going to happen. We also know we're going to hit timeout. Okay, same idea as before. We're going to take it through twice. I haven't thought very hard about taking the POW into this room while the P-switch is active. It's not something we've really even tried yet. So it's potentially one avenue to explore. Okay, got this. Also, yeah, camera is totally constrained up top, as we expect. That block doesn't really do anything for me. I wonder about this block. I suppose if you spawn a vine there, then you are allowed to walk into this central segment and climb through. Now, why would we ever do that? Because if you drop the P-switch through the middle here, eventually, and if this block has been destroyed, then you're able to climb across the vines and climb up to get out. And it may be the case that we have to do that in order to get out of here safely, for some reason. Because I would assume that this line here indicates yet another invisible block that is in that location. Now, let's see what we can do then. We know how to drop the bomb using the P-switch. We know how to reset into this room. Grab the bomb. Let's try P-switch active, take the POW back in. No bomb will spawn, that's one thing that we know. That does not seem very particularly fruitful. Interestingly enough, I'm sort of thinking about the POW as a platform that can be used for a throw of some sort, perhaps. And It's very curious. Once again, the objective here is the switch in the bottom right. Until we figure out some way to manipulate the walking pattern using the POW as a constraint, we don't really have any additional leads. That's the thing about low-budget puzzles, in the bird dog style, as it were, is that it is very easy to think that you have run yourself out of possible interactions when it is just some additional thing like the door trick earlier. That may be the missing element. If we place the POW here in advance, we activate the P, the bomb drops on top of the POW, and then the bomb gets destroyed by the P block. This is an interesting possibility. It's probably not a very interesting possibility. I want to see it anyway. I want to see if this is going to do what I think it will do. Yeah, that's what I thought it would do. Oh, no. It's not what I thought it would do, because it gives me the helmet. Why did it give me the helmet? Oh, it's like a move order priority thing, isn't it? That the P block is active. Okay, this is the answer, first of all. But I don't know why it's the answer. It destroys the muncher with the POW activation on the right side. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to fire the shell over to the on-off. That's okay. We'll bust some things up. Yeah, okay, no. We have the answer. But... well, first of all, we'll wear a helmet and just reset the whole puzzle with the helmet on. No, let's reset this. We'll do the whole interaction over again. With the helmet on this time. Whoops. POW detonation is anchored to who triggers it. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's absolutely right. It didn't occur to me that it would be out of range. You were saying POW detonation is anchored to who triggers it. If Mario triggers a POW, it kills all the enemies on screen. If an enemy detonates a POW, POW will kill all enemies within range of the enemy that activates it. You see, that's the thing. I wasn't sure about the priority order. Whether it would be the bomb killing the POW first, or the bomb killing the block and the explosion knocking out the POW. Like, I didn't know how the move resolution would work here, given that the bomb is simultaneously destroying both blocks with the P activation. And so that was really a bit of a shot in the dark. Let's restart just to reset the timer. I think grabbing the helmet at the very start, it's clearly not necessary given that the level must be clearable from checkpoint, but there's no disadvantage to it. I don't see a reason why I would not want to have the Spiny Hat available and resetting the whole puzzle from there. So we're going to do it. We're going to grab the bomb and we are going to flow through the whole thing. Yeah, no, bomb explosions don't activate POWs. Yeah, no, I remember that, which is why I was thinking, like, surely the thing that's going to happen is that the POW will die to the block. Like, it's going to die to the question block, right? And that's what I expected to happen. Because if bombs could activate POWs, I definitely would have seen that like hundreds of times by now. And I know from experience, they don't. But there are a lot of puzzles that use the bomb explosion as to trigger. Not even puzzles, but just a lot of run-of-the-mill setups, right? Which is probably why it feels unintuitive, is that you see something that resembles it often enough. Anyway, let's flow through it. Let's not die to too many execution mistakes now that we have a significant breakthrough. Whoop. Jump out of the way. Okay, very significant breakthrough. Respawn through here. Once again, I don't see why I wouldn't want to do this twice to grab the spiny helmet early, given that the spiny shell will always be available. Yeah, definitely a bit of tunnel vision here in that the P block that detonates the bomb. For the longest time... Oh, you know what? I should do the on-off switch first, because doing the on-off switch first just gives me access to the spiny helmet immediately afterwards. Let's grab this. Yeah, there's no need to wrap around a puzzle twice just to do the spiny helmet first. You can just grab the spiny helmet right here. And reset through the door again to grab the shell, to do the shell firing immediately after that. Okay. Oh. Ah. I see. Yeah, that's why you don't do that. I've been caught by that so many times in the past. Anyway. P-switch. Now, we will eventually need to solve the problem of how to get to the door, which is something that we have not yet resolved. Interestingly enough, P-switch has an up-throw object as something that is now available. This will just detonate the power, though. It won't actually give me vine access. So, we have everything we need except for the actual departure platform. If I activate the P-switch, I cannot grab the shell. If I set the shell down, however, I can activate the P-switch, grab the shell, P-switch is active. P-switch is active, I shoot this, I grab a second P-switch. Why would I want to do that? Because then I can use the shell to bump the POW and grab the vine on the left side. Or we think about this in terms of the vine block in the top middle, which we haven't used yet, and which, if I use the helmet, in conjunction with that, we have an exit path. We need to spawn that first, though, and the way we can do it, we no longer need to use the bomb for it. We can actually just use the spiny helmet, if I understand this correctly. So, Let's... no. Yes. Yes, okay. Let's do it this way. Take damage. Do we want to take the P? No, I want to hit the P. No, I need an object for this. That's okay. That's okay. I just need to reset through here. This is what we're doing. We're grabbing this guy. We're dropping him off. We're hitting the P. We're taking this. We're doing the up throw with this shell. We need to drop the P using the shell, and we want to claim the POW. Why would we want to claim the POW? There is a particular sequence I need to work out here. We do need to re-grab the P in order for anything to happen here. Grabbing the P ahead of time allows me to do what? It allows me to do a stack. P and POW stack allows me to just jump up directly and then hit the vine. Problem. We cannot hit that question block with the spiny hat on when I eventually come back around. So, and we can only drop the P. Yeah, we need to figure out which object to take through with us, because that's the point of the puzzle. You take the POW through. And you take this guy through. The problem is then figuring out how to take the shell with me. We haven't used a bomb lately either. Now, here's something interesting that we can do. Notice that if we took the bomb and placed it here, which we can do, we can then release the shell. And then I lost my opportunity to grab a shell, unfortunately, but yeah, that's a problem. I was hoping that I would be able to just catch the shell on the way down, but I would have needed to perhaps trap it or something. We've got 30 seconds. Let's just reset this. No, checkpoint. Okay, I forgot about a checkpoint. Okay, let's not do that next time. That's alright. Just artificially reduces the time spent on a puzzle. And we can map out the solution once again. Artificially reduces the time on a clock, rather. Okay, we know this sequence. I survived. 7 years of Mario Maker is a common mistake everyone makes. Yep. Absolutely. Let's just restart. Let's buy as much time as we can. That's okay. I know the solution up to this point. We just need to wrap our way back to it. Drop this guy. Go for the P. Go over the bomb. Through here. Up throw into this side. Let it detonate. Grab the POW. Cycle back with the POW. Drop the POW. Yeah, a lot of interesting dual uses of the various items throughout this puzzle. So yeah, eventually we will want to sneak through with the spiny hat, but either with the P-switch activated or the well, let's think about this. Anyway, checkpoint. Or with a way to get the P-switch up there. We actually do have a way to get the P-switch up there, which is just to stand on a POW and up throw it, perhaps, onto the ledge. I feel like an up throw might be able to get through there. But the problem is being able to stand here afterwards. I think we can do it, actually. The issue is spawning the top line, which still requires a P-switch activation of some sort. So, let's grab the P. That's going to be P for progress, so we'll do it. We do not want to kill things with a POW right now, so we'll probably loop back around. You know, here's one thing we can do. Spin jump onto shell. Why didn't we just do that the first time? Now, here's something I have to check. Does the POW give me the door? Yes, it does. I would only get the vine here. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Okay. We now have the ability to punch through the block. Now the thing we need to do is activate the P-switch. Or up throw it. Hang on. Up throw does not get it through. I think I just need to stomp on it. And just go. And that includes jumping through this nonsense here. Whoa, no. No, we can't because the P-switch drops the bomb. I forgot about that, actually. I forgot that we actually do need to take the P-switch through with us. Let's not do a full reset. Let's reset from checkpoint. Yeah, no, I forgot that the bomb is standing on top of a P-block. That's actually a pretty important thing to remember here. Okay, let's knock it down. Yeah, this is a good item combination to work with. Anyway, let's grab this. Let's see what we can do with that POW. Let's maybe not move the POW down just yet, but we'll move it out of the way so that hitting the block doesn't do anything damaging. Yeah, I do want to spawn this for sure. I know that the bomb is able to destroy this, but currently the issue is just understanding how to take the P-switch with us. That's the main issue. How do we bring the P-switch along? Because we've got a lot of other things sorted out at this point. Also need to determine when I want to wear the helmet. If I wear the helmet now, if I reset through the door, I can't grab a second one. But if I take the helmet through with me, we want to have 2 helmets at a given time, actually. But the problem is that if I get 2 helmets on a board, that means I can't take the P-switch through the door, which means that I would need to expend 1 shell over here anyway. Which is okay, because if we wear the second shell... no, because that would kill shell 2. Like, you can't actually keep shell 2. Well, we know how to get through to the other side with the spiny helmet. Now, it's trivial to do so. The one thing we're missing is how do we carry the P-switch over? If I go down with a POW, then I can take a P-switch up. But then how do we get the POW back up for the exit? So here's what I'm thinking. Is that if we... Well, we've opened up the vine. That's the important thing that we've done here, because it means that I can go around any way I wish with the shell. Because I can just bust this. I can bust all of this, in fact. It seems rather important to do so. I have access to the POW. I do not have access to this block, but the question is, do we use the bomb as is, as a stacking piece for the POW? Or do we stand on top of the POW as it's going down the conveyor? Oh, here's an idea. You hit the P-switch. P-switch stops the conveyor. You don't want to stop the conveyor. You don't need the bomb, though, because if the P-switch freezes the conveyor resumes. You stand on top of the POW while you're on the conveyor belt. No, it's only a 1-tile slot on the right side, so you can't actually fall into it. So we're still facing the same problem here, which is, what do we do to raise the P? Do we have the ability... Well, we can do that, but now we're stuck. Are we? Yes, we are. In fact, I'm completely stuck. I can't get through the P now, so... that is an issue. If I take damage, I'm able to re-grab the P and reset this part of the interaction at least. Here we go. Now here's what I was saying earlier about the shells. If you want to carry a shell and have 2 shells available, you need to do this. We haven't really played with a combination where I have... Oh, no, because if you're still carrying the shell, it does not respawn. Okay, of course not. Yeah. So we're kind of back to where we started with that. We know that it's possible to use the bomb to blow up that block to lower the shell, but the timing is a little bit tight. Because that way, we can drop the P and grab a Shelmet on the same run. Or we can do that and ruin everything. Or we can try to up throw the P and bump it. That seems a little bit too techy for a puzzle like this, though, and it also, positionally, doesn't seem to make too much sense. Yeah, shell respawn logic, I mean, as with the dry bone shell, for instance, wearing it just takes it off the board, and that's really the only rule that you absolutely need to know, I think, but... It's funny because it's even stranger in Maker 1. I realized when I went back to Maker 1 that the tracking of items that spawn from pipes, for instance, doesn't work the same way at all. That really caught me by surprise. Okay. How do we get the P-switch up? Not going to be an up throw, I don't think. However, what if we activate a P-switch and come back around with a Shelmet? Here's one thing we haven't considered, is activate P-switch, then we can't get a second one. Timeout, which I was expecting. Surprisingly thorny. Anyway, dropping the P-switch clearly is progress. It's really important to do it, because the P-switch is just such a significant gain. Let's get back to the best state that we were in previously, when we had access to everything that we... Whoops. When we had access to everything that we were going for. Once upon a time. The nature of the door on the right side means that it's either going to be... Yeah, there's no way you're following the POW off the conveyor, I think. That's not actually going to work because of the top corner. It specifically prevents that. If it's POW on top of bomb, that makes a lot of intuitive sense. It could also still be POW on top of shell if we have a second shell out that we can somehow place over here. It will not be something involving the P in the stack because we must take the P through with us. I'm pretty sure. Let's come back. Let's grab this guy and place him. Hang on. Drop. There we go. I have to remember you can't really pick up from spin jump in this game either. Because that would change a lot of things. Like, for example, if we dropped POW down here. POW's probably going to kill the shell, right? No, it doesn't. It bounces. Okay, no, because No, I know what's going on. Okay. I know how this works. Here's how we're going to do it. We're going to take a POW and shell stack. Perhaps. POW's just going to bounce, though. But if I can take the P up with me... no, because it definitely breaks. If I can do a 2-object stack, that allows me to take the P up through this location. I still need the POW in the top corner, though. You just kind of changed the problem of getting the P up there to getting the POW up there, which does not progress. Okay. Let's swap this around once more. Grab the POW. Yeah, if I activate one P switch and have the other P switch on the field. Here's the thing. Currently, I don't know. I was thinking that if I used a P as a blocking piece, maybe I can get this to spawn a vine going down. And that potentially solves a number of issues, maybe? We need to do this one first now. So we know we can come up with the spiny shell. We know that the bomb can also take this out if we want to use the bomb instead of using the spiny shell for some reason. If there's some reason why we can't have the helmet on when we destroy this block. I don't think there is a good reason for it. Unless you use the bomb to destroy this to drop the P. Why would you want to do that? Because you would not want to expend a shell coming through this way. So if you wanted to have 2 shells available, plus the bomb... no. That doesn't work. I don't think you can have 2 shells available. What other passages are there where the P make its way up? It could be that I just need to up throw it and bump it. Don't particularly like it, but I would need something additional to stand on for that to happen. And that doesn't solve the door problem still. Also, the P stoppage of this conveyor, I don't know what that's all about. We haven't seen that become relevant. Busting this open with a helmet. Allows me to do what? We're really just one major step away. I don't want to drop on top of the P-switch. You take the POW down. If I can stack 2 objects. Conveyor above the door prevents player from sliding under the shellmet while wearing one. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, let's see here. I could have maybe hit this from the side. No. Why would I want to do that? If I'm standing on the POW when I do that, I can actually get the P across, but the problem is that we do not solve the door problem if that happens. But suppose that I do that. Suppose that I stand on top of an additional tile. I do the up throw with P in a way that allows me to get it past that block. Then how do we get the POW back over here to set up the door a second time? Let's see. Merlin, welcome. We are very close to solving this. Hopefully I can actually stay long enough to do it. Once again, Taramis. Because there is some possibility I have to cut off before I can do this final step, in which case we'll have to continue it very soon. Send it through here. We haven't taken things through the door recently with something like a P-switch, state switch, for instance. Because suppose that in the on state, we grab the bomb and we take it through. What would be the purpose of that? So, for example, let's say we use this block to trap the bomb, for instance, like that we do an up throw towards the P, and then we just trap the block. Then that would destroy the top block and the bottom block. And it would drop the P without without the use of the shell. So let's say we grab the bomb. Let's say we no. No, there's no way to do it without destroying the bomb along the way. I think the fact that the bomb is accessible from the top is significant. I think it is something meaningful. The fact that we can take the shell through here may also be meaningful, because it means that we're not restricted from getting the shell if we respawn by hitting the P-switch first. Which, once again, means that it would be able to activate the vine. Problem with that is no bomb. And not enough objects to stand on to get out the door. And we're just left with the same problem. However, we have this vine, we have this vine. Let me just try something out first of all, just as a bit of a test. Let's say we grab POW. Let's say we have one additional tile to stand on. With a POW to stand on, can I get the P up here with a throw? Hang on. Okay, good. Still within range. Oops. What if I take the POW? With the on state? I don't see the purpose of doing that either. Because we could drop the P, we could grab the shell. We could once again consider using the bomb to drop the P. Oh, whoops. Can never do that in time. So that drops the P, but then that traps the POW on the lower level, and it also doesn't give me enough to work with for the door. I'm trying to think of a scenario that would allow me to trade shells. Like, we're wearing a shell. We come here. We grab a second shell. I don't think there's a scenario where I can have both shells active, though. I'm trying to contrive a scenario where I would be able to do so. Merlin, this is a part of the overworld that's almost certainly constrained by a custom scroll, which is preventing the camera from going up and down. So the idea is that... Actually, no, this is probably just built on the top half of the level, if I'm looking at it accurately. Or... yeah, this is just one screen wide with a puzzle on the top of the start and end screen. Yep, that's what I was thinking. No, this is just built on the top half, looking at the way it's built. So that's why the camera doesn't scroll up. And you just have a scroll stop blocking off the top half. Okay. We have the access to the P-switch. It's just this one step here. Either that, or we need to think about how we can get through the door with the P-switch active. The best lead we have for that so far is to just follow the POW down, but we know it's not going to be that. I think I do need to carry it. Anyway, having the P-switch, we are able to grab this. If I wear it... let's do this. Let's see if there's a way that I can trade shells. Like this. And if I take damage... okay, here's how we'll do it. No, that's not how we'll do it. I can just trade shells. No, I've got it. Earlier on, I was thinking the issue was that if I bumped the P up to this location, I would have to take damage in order to take it up top. That's correct. But if we have a second shell available, that's not an issue. That is an issue. Am I able to grab the P? Yes, I just need to take the damage frames first, right? And then... it's been staring me in the face ever since I actually launched the P up in the spikes. That we should be able to do this. Up throw to P. Bump it. No. Okay, so I do need to get... that block first. Alright. We need to think about how to get up to that block first. That's fine, we can do it. But it needs to be on the same run as when I do all of that. We're getting closer, because I'm thinking now about doing a damage boost to take the P up to middle slot, and grabbing a second helmet to go up. This is potentially a breakthrough. Because I feel like I discovered this idea quite a while ago, and I just didn't follow up on it properly. That we thought about doing the P bump, and we didn't think about whether we can still get it through the top slot if we manage to get the block first. So, the idea is this. We do wear this. Except previously my strategy for getting up there depended and yeah, up throw is going to activate a block. We need to remember that, so we can't just up throw to P. We do need to probably activate the Vine, in fact. No, it's not going to be it. I'm hoping that if we take damage here that I can grab a second shell and pick it up with us that way. But in order to do that, block up top must be activated first. I can't do that with the helmet on. We need to peel it off again and rethink. Unfortunately, that removes my access to the second shell once again. Because we need to reset the room in order to grab the second shell, and so that defeats the purpose. If we can find some way to activate the Vine, without using one shell, then we're in much better shape. Like if we do some kind of stack, what happens if I do P on top of that? Yeah, that just bounces. So the idea here is that I want to take a P up with me this way. But I would not be able to do that anyway, because that would require a jump or an up throw. But you can always bust this guy down, right? If you have a helmet, or indeed if you have a bomb, you can just blow that up. And if that ceases to be an issue, then we may be in better shape. What if I just bust that? I don't think I can because by jumping into it we would lose the helmets. Hang on, let's play around with this thing a bit. Yeah, if you jump off a bit to the side, even if with the vine cling, you do have an immediate collision. Let me play around with this some more. Let's say we're here. Hold up. Yeah, it peels the helmet. We could bomb it from up top. But then we lose access to the bomb for the exit platform. There's some insight that we're missing here. But I'm convinced that the P has to come down first. If, however, we haven't considered what happens if I don't drop the P down here at all, but I trap it first. But if we obtain the P using the shell, that just blocks it off because I need the shell in order to do this, unless we do an up throw with the bomb, which would be timed. No, there's no reason to do that. So let's say we put on the helmet. Putting on the helmet this early is going to be a problem anyway because we need to eventually get that vine up top. And like I said, the P is clearly not going to go through the center slot unless we find some way to destroy this block first. Having two helmets available would allow me to do that, but at the cost of taking damage, or would it? No, maybe not. Let's try this. Let's try this. Just want to try something quickly. Let's see if we do this. And then we do this. Just want to do a quick test. No, it peels. Okay. Alright, that will not be it. Maybe we are tunneling a bit hard on thinking of the P-switch as the first priority. Because taking the P through here is just such a significant thing to do. Is there a reason why we would want to take the POW through here? Because one thing that I haven't quite worked into this is the vine. Because if we up throw the P with this vine active, that might be something. Whoops. Because we might be able to bump it through that side using the same kind of bump interaction that we had previously through that one tile slot. Now, if we want to do that, here's how we're going to do it. We need to drop this. This is going to be a problem because the POW will not do what I want. I don't think. Let's think about a 3-object stack. Need to move this out of the way. Nope, that's not how to move it out of the way. No, I was hoping to just bump. Okay, let's suppose we take the POW first. Since it's here and it's available. And yeah, no, that's going backwards a bit. But if, for instance, do this, take the shell, okay, do that. No, we don't want to do that. That's a mistake. I was hoping to block it. You can use the shell to destroy, or rather lower the P. Nope, that was a mistake. Mistakes abound. Okay, we drop the P. We take it through. Kind of going around in circles here. Like, I haven't had a major breakthrough in a while if the damage boost strategy is not going to be it. And it looks like it's not going to be it, because unless you destroy the block in the top middle, the P will not actually go that way. So the thing I was thinking is spawn this vine and then use Divine Climb to bump the P into this location here. Do we have a way to spawn that vine? Not unless we get the P block up there first. And you can't really get the POW up there by the same strategy because of the way the POW would detonate if you tried to bump it. I think I may only be able to give this one more time out today. Like, maybe we'll continue past this attempt to do one more. But otherwise I will be running way too long. It's too bad because we're so close to something here. We're right on the cusp. It's just this one final step that's not quite working out correctly. It might be some kind of extreme edge case like the POW detonation that got us through the first half in terms of a really kind of tricky solution like that. You know, where the item priority or perhaps the usage of the bomb actually matters. So far I've been assuming the whole time that bomb plus POW is going to be the platform we stand on, and I haven't really adequately considered the alternatives. Like maybe second shell plus POW might work. But you can't actually get a second shell out of the central section if you're already wearing the first shell. And if you're not already wearing the first shell, you don't spawn the second shell. Or rather, if you are already wearing the first shell, you don't spawn the second shell. Let's not confuse the audience too much here. If you use a vine on this block, does that at any point give me anything useful? It allows me to climb up the right side, but then you would lose access to having some kind of platform to stand on for the final stacking maneuver. Always possible that I'm just missing something really obvious. Okay, so how it's going to push me through all of this stuff in the center. It is not going to get me the P. One thing I haven't considered is just respawning through the other exit door. Because I know I can do that with this helmet. The P would still be trapped in the same... Whoops. That's wrong. Did not mean to do that. I should have actually took advantage of that to activate the vine. Okay, let's try this again. Move this out of the way. We've got everything but the P. It's not going to be some kind of spin jump pickup. I don't think you can do that here anyway. Might be some kind of push through this side. But then we're back to the same problem we had before, which is how do we get the POW through there instead. If I drop the P in this area, or rather if I take it through with me, said I was smuggling 2 items rather than 1. Yeah, P-switch does prevent me from going through here and grabbing the second shell without having taken damage first. Which is why I've been thinking all this time, like, do we want to take damage first? Here's a possibility. It's possible for me to run this, I think. No, because of the note block. And like I said before, having the helmet on precludes me from hitting the central walk here. Yeah. We are going to have to call it today, unfortunately. I really wanted to solve this. We're so close. We'll probably do some kind of continuation stream. Might be a puzzle-centric stream, might not be. My schedule's been kind of sparse lately, but we'll try to make it happen. I'll give this a little bit of additional thought. We got most of it. I'm just missing something very critical. We'll just need to buy some additional grocery bags. Makes the aha moment more satisfying. Yeah, I expect it will. I absolutely expect it will. Certainly the solution to get us through the POW hit in the first half was very satisfying to discover in itself. The two have structure actually works quite well. You're planning on a revision upload either way? Yeah, so hopefully this was at least a useful playthrough to inform that. And yeah, I'll definitely keep my eyes peeled for that. And we'll try to do some kind of continuation soon enough. I said that last week too, and we didn't end up doing it, but hopefully we can get some additional stream time in over the next few days somehow. Thanks for that anyway. That was really interesting to the extent that I've seen it. We're clearly missing some kind of final twist though that I didn't expect would stick me for that long, but you never know with low budget puzzles just what that interaction is going to be. So we've got a small crowd remaining, but we'll send you folks on somewhere else. We'll be scanning around for that momentarily. But thanks for watching. Glad I could get through a decent selection of levels today. Actually, everything I played today was pretty interesting. And as usual, thanks for watching. Thanks for submitting levels in particular. You were among the people who did. And as always, just for watching the stream, following along, occasionally gracing us with some conversation. With that all out of the way, we'll send you on somewhere soon. But have a great weekend. Have some great days ahead. Good making and good playing to you all, and fare thee well.